Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Trail of Faded Markers, Forest Shifting Horror. I've been coming out here for years, the cabin tucked just past the ridge where the trees thinned, the air smelling sharp with pine and something faintly sweet, maybe the last of the wildflowers struggling in the shade. That morning, the air was cool enough to make my breath visible for a moment, a pale mist that drifted upward and vanished. The forest was quiet too quiet. The usual chorus of birds seemed to have taken the day off. Only the crunch of my boots on dry leaves and the occasional snap of a twig broke the silence. It was the kind of quiet that presses in, makes you notice every little thing. The way a leaf trembled without wind. The faint hum of a distant engine, too far to place. The smell of damp earth mixed with something else, I couldn't name it. Something metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain. I stopped at the first fork, where a bright red ribbon had always marked the left trail. Today, there was a ribbon, sure, but it looked different. Frayed at the edges, twisted around the branch like someone had fiddled with it. I tugged at it, half expecting it to snap free, but it held. Still, my fingers felt the roughness of the twine, and something about the motion felt deliberate. The ribbon wasn't red. It was faded, more like a dirty pink now. I squinted, trying to catch the color in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Maybe it had just weathered longer than I noticed. Could be nothing. I told myself to move on. I turned left like always, stepping onto the narrow path where the sunlight dappled the ground in patches. The air smelled fresher here, but a little colder too, like the forest was breathing just a shade slower. The soil beneath my boots was soft, springy with moss, and I noticed the texture of a log beside the path rough, with bits of bark flaking off under my touch. The second marker was supposed to be a bright orange blaze on a pine tree's trunk, about chest high. I scanned the tree line, heart ticking up a notch when I couldn't find it. There was a similar blaze a few feet away, but it was smudged, almost smeared, like someone had scraped it with a fingernail. I knelt down, running my hand over the bark, feeling the uneven surface. Must have been the rain, I muttered, though the sky had been clear for days. Still, I noticed something else. The ground was turning unfamiliar. The underbrush thickened, and the usual path markers, broken branches, stones stacked in little piles, were gone. Instead, the trail seemed to wind differently, curving around clumps of trees that I didn't remember being there. My mind raced through memories of hikes I'd taken here, trying to place each tree, each bend. I shook my head, trying to clear the growing unease. It was probably just my imagination, or maybe a small detour I'd forgotten. But then I heard it. A faint rustle, like dry leaves dragged along the forest floor. I stopped, holding my breath. The sound was close, but I couldn't see anything. No birds, no squirrels. Just that soft scraping, maybe a footstep, maybe two. I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" The voice came out rougher than I expected. The forest swallowed the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones immediately. No reply. Not even a whisper. I took a few steps forward, the hairs on my neck prickling. The sunlight shifted, casting longer shadows between the trees. The smell of wet stone and moss deepened, mingling now with that metallic tang again. It was faint, almost like rust. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But the rustling stopped when I moved. It was deliberate. Someone or something was watching. The third marker was supposed to be a carved item on a birch tree, pointing straight ahead. I found it, but the item had been altered. Someone had crudely scratched another line, so it pointed off to the right, into thicker woods I'd never explored. The bark was scraped raw, the white peeling like old paint. My fingers traced the jagged edge, and I imagined the person who'd done this. Why? For what purpose? I stood there, torn between following the altered marker and turning back. A cold breeze stirred the branches overhead, rustling leaves that whispered like voices just out of reach. It made me shiver, even though the sun was climbing higher. I thought about my phone in the cabin. No signal out here, never had. I wasn't worried about calling for help, I was used to the solitude, but the idea of someone else out here, tampering with the trail, unsettled me. Who would do that? And why? The path to the right looked darker, more tangled. The trees stood closer together, their trunks like silent sentinels. The ground was uneven, roots twisting up like veins under the moss. It smelled of damp earth and decay, colder somehow. My hands trembled, but I stepped forward. I had to know where this detour led. The forest closed in around me as I moved deeper, the light dimming under thick branches. The silence was heavier now, thick enough to hear my own heartbeat, loud and uneven. I tried to focus on the sound of my boots, the snap of twigs beneath them. Then, a dry laugh. So soft I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. I froze. Hello? I called, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. A shadow flickered between the trees, just at the edge of my vision. I spun around, heart hammering, but nothing was there. The forest held its breath. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of fear in the back of my throat. I should have turned back. I knew that. But the trail had already swallowed the way home. And something was watching. The forest didn't sleep. Morning came slow, the pale light seeping through the window blinds, casting thin lines across the floor. I sat up, muscles stiff, still hearing the echo of that laugh, the rustle of leaves that didn't match the wind. There was no way I was walking back the way I'd come yesterday, not without some kind of plan. The trail markers had been tampered with, scratched, twisted, even swapped. Someone had been here. I grabbed my pack, stuffing in a notebook, a pen with a thick grip, and a bottle of water. No phone service, of course. The cabin's ancient landline was dead. I knew the nearest ranger station was miles away, help felt impossibly distant. Outside, the air was crisp and smelled of pine and wet stone. The ground where I'd stepped the day before was softer, muddier underfoot, as if the forest had been breathing all night and exhaled dampness. I traced my steps back to the last known marker, the bright orange blaze on the tree that had been slashed and bent out of shape. The funny thing was, the more I looked, the less I trusted my own eyes. The colors, the shapes, nothing stayed consistent. One moment a tree bore a chipped red mark, a few steps later, it was gone or replaced by a different symbol. I scribbled furiously in the notebook, trying to map the chaos. Who would do this? I muttered to myself, voice barely breaking the morning stillness. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, heart thudding like a drum, but it was just a squirrel, gray and twitchy, darting into the underbrush. Still, I wasn't sure if I was relieved or annoyed. My nerves were stretched thin, ready to fray. I decided to mark my own trail this time. A small pile of stones here, a notch in a tree there, primitive breadcrumbs, but better than nothing. If I was being watched, I wanted to know it. The trees grew denser, their branches nodding overhead in a way that drained the sunlight. The forest floor was littered with dead leaves and broken twigs, the air thick with the scent of moss and something faint, smoke. Or was that just my imagination again? I paused, breathing in deeply, the damp chill settling in my lungs. Okay. Focus, I whispered. I moved carefully, listening for the faintest crackle or whisper. The forest was no longer a welcoming place, it was a maze. Every time I thought I recognized a landmark, it shifted, like the woods themselves were rearranging. Then, I found it. A scrap of fabric, caught high on a bramble, the kind of synthetic fiber you'd find on a jacket or backpack. It was pale blue, frayed at the edges, and stained with dirt. My stomach clenched. Someone else had been here recently. Or maybe still was. I pocketed the scrap and pressed on, marking the trees as I went. The deeper I walked, the heavier the air became, and the light dimmed to a dull gray. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of the day. At one point, I stopped to rest against a tree and heard it clearly, a faint murmur, words too soft to catch, like a conversation muffled by distance and leaves. I held my breath, muscles tight. The voice stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. No reply. I felt foolish, talking to the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not just the squirrel or the birds. Something else. I checked my watch mid-afternoon. If I wanted to get up before dark, I had to decide which way to go, but the markers were useless. Or worse, deliberate traps. Then I saw it, a small clearing, unnatural in its neatness. Logs arranged in a circle, the earth trampled smooth. Someone had made a camp here, not long ago. The scent of damp wood and a faint metallic tang hung in the air. My pulse quickened. I scanned the perimeter and caught sight of footprints, boot prints pressed deep into the soft ground, some fresh, others older, muddied over but still visible. They led away from the clearing into the thickest part of the woods. I debated following them. Part of me wanted to turn back, head straight to the cabin and lock the door, but I couldn't. Not yet. I needed answers. Besides, if someone was out here, maybe they were the reason the markers were messed with. Maybe they were the ones watching me. I took a deep breath and followed the tracks, stepping carefully so as not to leave my own prints next to theirs. The woods closed in even tighter, the branches scraping my arms, the undergrowth thick and prickly. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat. After 10 minutes, the path opened into another clearing, this one smaller and less inviting. A rusted metal can lay half buried in the dirt, edges curled and sharp. Nearby, a crumpled piece of paper, faded ink barely legible. I picked it up, fingers trembling. It looked like part of a map, hastily sketched, with a few words scrawled in uneven handwriting. Don't trust the signs. Follow the river. My throat tightened. The river. That wasn't on any map I'd studied, at least not nearby. But if these woods were being used as some kind of trap, maybe the river was the only way out. I pocketed the paper and scanned the trees again, heart hammering. The sun was already dipping toward the horizon, the shadows stretching longer, darker. And then I heard it again. That laugh. But this time it was closer, sharper, almost amused. I froze, every muscle coiled. The sound came from the trees behind me. Slow footsteps echoed on dry leaves, deliberate and soft. "Who's there?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer, just a rustle. Something moved between the trunks, too fast to catch but too large for a deer or fox. My hands were slick with sweat. I wanted to run, but where? The woods had swallowed the trail, and every direction looked the same. "Look," I said aloud, more to myself than anyone else. "You can't just mess with the markers and watch me like this." Silence. Then, a voice, low and calm, almost teasing, from somewhere ahead. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard. "Neither should you." No reply. just the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a lonely bird. I took a step back, then another. The forest seemed to lean in, waiting. The quiet was a weight pressing down on my chest, slow and relentless. I had to find that river. If the note was right, it was my only chance. And I had a feeling I wasn't the only one searching these woods tonight. I didn't move at first. Just stood there, breathing shallow and sharp, every nerve buzzing like static. The laugh had stopped, but the silence that followed was heavier, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Leaves whispered in a cold wind I hadn't noticed before. I glanced around, trying to catch any sign, something human, something. Anything. Nothing. Then I noticed it. The markers. The little painted blazes on the trees, the ones I depended on for years, guiding me through these woods like a map etched in bark. But now, half of them were gone. The rest? They were smeared or scratched almost beyond recognition. Some had been replaced with symbols I didn't understand, lines and circles crudely carved, dripping dark sap like a warning. It wasn't random vandalism, it was deliberate. Someone had been here, watching, waiting. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. "Whoever you are," I muttered, "this isn't a game." I forced myself to take a step forward, then another. The forest felt alive, not with animals, but with eyes that wouldn't blink. I could hear twigs snapping somewhere just out of sight. Was it the same footsteps from before? My legs twitched, itching to bolt. But running blind wasn't an option. Not yet. I remembered the note in my pocket, "Follow the river." I pulled it out again and stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. The river hadn't been on any map I'd ever seen. I'd never known a river ran this close to the cabin. The thought was strange, unsettling. Maybe whoever was doing this wanted me to get lost. Or maybe they wanted to lead me somewhere. I glanced behind me. The fading light made the trees look like towering shadows, their branches reaching out like fingers. The usual path was swallowed by undergrowth and darkness. I couldn't go back. Not safely. Not when the markers were false or missing. I exhaled slowly, tasting dry earth and pine sap on my tongue. The air was colder than it should have been for this time of year, damp with the scent of moss and decaying leaves. My boots pressed into soft soil, barely muffling the sound of my footsteps. I tried to focus on the crunch of leaves underfoot, but something else pulled at my attention, a faint, rhythmic sound, like water trickling over rocks. That had to be the river. I moved toward it, pushing past thick bushes and low-hanging branches that scraped my arms and face. The woods closed in tight, the sky disappearing behind a thick canopy. My chest tightened. I could feel the weight of invisible eyes tracking me, calculating each move. A shadow detached itself from a tree just ahead. I froze again, heart pounding. This time, it wasn't a trick of the light. A man emerged, tall and lean, his face unreadable in the dim. He didn't smile or speak. Just watched. I swallowed hard. "Can you help me?" I asked, voice trembling more than I wanted. He shook his head slowly, then turned without a word and disappeared into the woods, swallowed by darkness. I wanted to call after him, but my throat closed. Instead, I swallowed the rising panic and followed the faint sound of water. The ground sloped downward, and soon I heard the river unmistakably, a steady rush, cold and clear. The moment I stepped into the clearing by its edge, the moon broke through the clouds, casting silver light over the water. The river curved sharply, disappearing into thick brush on both sides. No bridge, no path, just whetstone slick with moss and a tangled wall of branches. I crouched by the bank, cupping water in my hands. It was icy, biting my skin, but refreshing in a way I hadn't expected. I studied the opposite shore, searching for anything that looked like a trail. Then I noticed footprints. Fresh ones. Barely visible in the mud, but definitely human. They led upstream toward the thicker woods. My stomach flipped. Someone else had been here recently. Someone who knew this place well enough to move unseen. I looked back the way I'd come. The forest was quiet now, but the sense of being watched hadn't faded. If anything, it had sharpened, like an item pressed to my ribs. I considered turning back, but the path was gone. The markers were lies. Even the river, my supposed lifeline, was a puzzle with missing pieces. There was no way out, not yet. I stood and brushed dirt from my pants, the cold sinking deeper into my bones. The river whispered at my feet, a constant, eerie presence. I pulled the note from my pocket again and smoothed it against my palm. Follow the river. I took a deep breath and stepped into the water. It was cold, shockingly so, but steady beneath my boots. The current tugged gently, as if urging me forward. I had no choice. The woods closed behind me, the shadows growing longer, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with the scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic and faint. A sound cracked through the silence. A twig breaking. A breath held somewhere just out of sight. I didn't look back. The river led me deeper into the unknown, and with every step, the distance between me and the cabin grew, along with the certainty that I was being hunted by someone who knew these woods better than I ever could. I was no longer a visitor. I was prey, and the forest had already decided I couldn't leave. The river's cold gripped my boots as I stepped deeper in, the water swirling around my ankles, then creeping higher with each hesitant forward step. I hadn't looked back since I'd crossed the bank. Not once. But the crack of a twig, sharp and deliberate, echoed through the trees, setting every nerve on edge. My hands trembled, gripping the note in my pocket. Follow the river. I wanted to believe that whoever left it hadn't meant to trap me, that it was a breadcrumb trail out of this nightmare. But out here, hope felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap any second. I kept walking, boots sinking into the soft mud beneath the slow current. The water was colder than the night, a bite that crept past my socks and seeped into my skin. I glanced up. The sky was a bruise of purple and black, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. No stars. No way to tell how long I'd been walking, or how much farther I had left. Then I heard it again, footsteps, heavier this time, pacing just beyond the line of trees. Not the careless scull of a deer or the rustling of a fox. These were calculated. Deliberate. Someone was following me, keeping pace but never revealing themselves. I wanted to stop, listen, call out. Instead, I swallowed the urge and waited on, the river pushing me forward like an invisible hand. My mind raced. Who could it be? Someone from the cabin? A stranger? I'd spent enough time out here to know that the woods weren't kind to lost souls, but people were worse. A sudden movement caught my eye, a flash of something bright, maybe a jacket, slipping between two trees. I spun toward it. Nothing. Just the swaying branches and the murmur of the river. My chest tightened. My instinct screamed to run, but every step away from the river felt like stepping into a trap. I veered closer to the shore, hoping to find a clearer path. The mud here was thick, sucking at my boots, slowing me down. That's when I noticed it, tree markers. Except they weren't the usual faded orange paint or carved notches I'd seen on every hike around the cabin. These were different. Fresh cuts, gouged into the bark with a sharp tool, arranged in strange, jagged patterns. I remembered the old trail markers, simple item pointing the way. These looked like warnings. I crouched, tracing one with my finger. The wood was raw and bleeding sap, sticky under my skin. The marks didn't match anything I'd ever seen before. My stomach churned. Someone had been here recently. Someone who wanted to send me a message. A low groan echoed through the trees, distant but unmistakable. I froze, every hair on my arm standing on end. The sound wasn't animal. It was human. Pain or frustration, I couldn't tell. I swallowed, the taste of cold river water mingling with a bitter, metallic edge. The forest felt alive now, not with birdsong or rustling leaves, but with something darker. I started walking again, faster this time, hugging the riverbank. The muddy water splashed against my legs, ice-cold and unrelenting. My mind spun: if I followed the river, where would it lead? Out? Or deeper in? The note was all I had. Follow the river. But what if it was a trap? What if the river was just a boundary, a line I wasn't supposed to cross? Then, without warning, the ground beneath me gave way. I stumbled, arms flailing, and crashed into the mud. The cold water seeped into my clothes, chilling me to the bone. I scrambled up, heart hammering, and looked down. A shallow pit, hidden by leaves and branches, yawning like a trapdoor. I must have stepped on the edge. My breath came fast. I looked around. No one in sight. Just the river, murmuring its endless song, and the twisted trees leaning in like silent spectators. I wiped mud from my face and caught my reflection in the water. Pale, wide-eyed. The faintest trace of a smile, mocking. I tried to laugh, but it felt hollow. I'd walked this forest 100 times. Never once had it felt like it was watching me back. I stood and looked upstream. The river bent sharply, disappearing behind thick brush. If I kept going, I'd circle back toward the cabin, or at least, I thought I would. But the woods had already shown me they didn't play by the rules anymore. A branch snapped behind me. I spun, heart in my throat. This time, I saw the person. A man. He stood at the edge of the trees, half hidden in shadow, his face pale and drawn. His eyes were too bright, shining with something that wasn't quite anger, not quite madness. He wore a heavy coat, soaked and muddy at the hem, and his hands were shoved deep into his pockets. Lost? His voice was low, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like an item. I swallowed. The river's cold felt distant now, replaced by the heat of adrenaline flooding my veins. I'm just trying to get back, I said. My voice cracked. Not from fear exactly, but from exhaustion. From the strange weight of this place pressing down on me. He took a step closer, and the smell hit me: damp leather, sweat, and something metallic again. Blood, maybe? Or rust? I couldn't tell. My skin prickled. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice steady but chilling. They don't like visitors. I blinked. Who? Who doesn't like visitors? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. You know the river. You know the woods. But you don't know them. I shifted backward, the mud sucking at my boots like the forest itself wanted to keep me rooted. Look, I don't want trouble. I'm just what? His voice dropped, almost amused. Just lost? Just wandering? Just another fool thinking they can come here and leave whenever they want. The river gurgled beside me, indifferent. I glanced down the bank. The water was rising, creeping closer with every second. The sky was darkening, the clouds thickening like a shroud. Please, I said, voice steadying. I just want to go home. The moment I saw the truck's headlights slice through the fog, relief surged through me like a fresh breath of air. It was late afternoon, the sun dipping low behind the trees but still casting long shadows that tangled with the mist. I'd been walking for hours, twisting through woods that weren't on any map I'd ever seen, following trail markers that were all wrong, crooked, painted over, sometimes missing altogether. I didn't know if I'd been going in circles or just deeper into nowhere, but those headlights promised someone, anyone, was nearby. I waved with a shaky hand, trying to make myself visible through the damp underbrush. The truck slowed, a dull rumble muffled by the thickening fog, and then it stopped. The driver's side window rolled down, the sound sharp and mechanical against the quiet woods. "You lost?" The voice was gruff but not unkind. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Yeah, I think so." I was following the trail markers, but the man cut me off with a sharp glance. "You shouldn't be out here alone, especially not this far in." His eyes flicked toward the woods behind me, dark and unyielding. "People don't just wander these parts anymore." I nodded, suddenly aware of the weight of his words. I remembered all those evenings at the cabin, laughing with friends, the woods just a backdrop to our weekend escape. Now it felt like something else altogether, something hostile and watchful. My hands trembled, and I tucked them into my jacket pockets. "Can you give me a ride back to the main road?" I asked, trying to steady my voice. He hesitated, the headlights casting uneven light across his face, making his expression hard to read. Then he nodded. "Hop in." Sliding into the truck felt almost unreal. The smell of old leather and pine-scented air freshener filled the small space. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding as the truck rumbled back onto the dirt path. Outside, the woods seemed to close in, shadows thickening, the fog swirling in lazy circles. "So, what were you doing way out here alone?" he asked, eyes on the road. "Just hiking," I said. "I know these trails. Used to come here all the time." My voice cracked. "But the markers, they were off. Someone must have moved them." He grunted. "That's not new. Folks have been messing with those trails for years. Some kind of game, I guess. Leads people astray." I stared out the window, the trees blurring past like ghosts. The idea that this was some cruel prank sent a cold shiver down my spine. But pranks didn't explain the feeling of being followed, the strange noises, the rustling just beyond sight. The truck bounced over a series of ruts, and I caught a faint scent, something metallic and sharp, like burnt rubber. I looked at the driver. "Do you think someone's been out here watching?" He glanced sideways. "Maybe. Could be hunters, could be worse. You're lucky you ran into me." The words settled like stones in my stomach. "Worse?" I whispered. He shook his head. "Best not to think about it." His hands tightened on the wheel. "You're safe now. That's what matters." The truck came to a stop on a gravel road, the edges frayed with dried leaves and pine needles. I opened the door and stepped out, the chill air biting at my cheeks. I looked back into the woods one last time. The fog had thinned, revealing the skeletal outlines of trees that seemed to lean closer, as if watching me leave. "Thank you," I said, voice barely audible. He nodded, then pulled away, the truck's taillights fading into the dusk. Standing there, I realized I hadn't even thought to call for help. No phone signal, no one around for miles. I was completely alone until that truck came along, and who knew how long I might have been. I started walking the gravel road toward the highway, every crunch of my boots a small comfort. The woods behind me were silent now, empty but for the wind threading through the branches. It hit me then, the woods weren't just unfamiliar, they'd been turned against me. Someone had tampered with those markers to trap me, to make me doubt the ground beneath my feet and the path I thought I knew. It was a calculated thing, a quiet threat in the form of crooked paint and falsified signs. I thought about the eyes I felt on me, the faint sounds that had made my skin crawl, the faint footsteps I'd heard when I stopped moving. No ghosts, no monsters, just people. People who wanted to control, to unsettle, maybe even to break the will of anyone who wandered too close. Back at the cabin, I sat by the window, the evening dark pressing against the glass. The familiar scents of pine and earth were comforting now, but I couldn't shake the memory of the woods, how they'd shifted beneath my feet like a living thing. I remembered something my grandfather once said about those woods: they don't forget. And neither do the people who walk them. The thought lingered, heavy and real. I knew I'd come back, eventually. Not for the thrill or the quiet solace, but to reclaim the trails that had once felt like a second home. To mark the paths myself, clear the confusion, and maybe, just maybe, to prove I wasn't as lost as I'd felt. But that night, all I wanted was to forget the directions, the eyes, the silence that screamed louder than any voice. I closed my eyes, the cabin creaking with the wind outside. Sleep came slowly, tangled with memories of rustling leaves and the faintest echo of footsteps far beyond the reach of light. Tomorrow was another day, and I would start walking again. Story 2, Phantom Freight, Haunting Sounds of a Closed Way Station. I never thought a closed way station on a stretch of highway could be so loud. I first noticed it on a night shift run back from Chicago. My rig's radio had been dead, so I was relying on the cab stereo to pass the time. The crackle of static was suddenly replaced by this faint, unmistakable drone. At first, I told myself it was a trick of the wind or maybe some far-off generator humming in a nearby farm. But the closer I got to the way station, the clearer it became. Engines idling. Trucks, waiting. Invisible trucks, it seemed. That night, I pulled off the interstate and parked in the rest area just past the station. The air smelled sharp with diesel and a faint trace of burnt rubber, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes after a long haul. I opened the door and stepped out into the cold. The sky was a deep indigo, scattered with stars, but the way station itself was dark, shuttered, lifeless except for the scales. The digital readout flickered, counting weights that no one should have been there to register. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off a sudden chill. The wind was tempered by the hum, a steady vibration in the night that seemed to pulse through the frozen pavement. I told myself it was a glitch, some technical error. Maybe the sensors were stuck or the system hadn't shut down properly. But it didn't feel right. I leaned against the cracked concrete barrier, the rough surface scraping my sleeve. The hum grew louder, or maybe I was just paying closer attention. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then silence. Complete silence. The sound stopped as abruptly as it had started, leaving only the cold and the occasional flicker of the failing streetlight above the station. I could see the faint outline of semi-trailers parked just beyond the checkpoint, but no drivers, no headlights, nothing to explain the noise. When I got back in my cab, I found my hands trembling slightly, though the heater was blasting full throttle. I told myself it was just fatigue. Long hours, bad coffee, and too many miles on this stretch of highway. No ghosts. No trapped drivers. Just the hum of a broken machine. I knew how that sounds, but something about the closed way station had stuck with me. The next morning, over burnt coffee in a greasy diner down the road, I mentioned it to Tommy, a fellow driver with a shock of gray hair and a laugh that could fill a room. He frowned and shook his head. That place? Always been a bit off, he said, stirring cream into his cup. Old-timers say the night grew quick years ago 'cause of the weird noises. Like trucks that weren't there. He chuckled, but there was a shadow in his eyes. I guess some things just don't get fixed. I laughed it off, but the story gnawed at me. I spent the day distracted, my mind drifting back to those unseen trucks and the faint buzz that filled the night air. It was an itch I couldn't scratch. That night, I found myself driving past the way station again. The sign was lit, the scales active. But the place was empty. No lights in the windows, no trucks pulling in for inspection. Still, the was there, persistent and steady. I slowed down, my breath fogging the cold window as I peered out. Then, something moved. A shadow shifted behind the faded chain-link fence, just beyond the reach of the harsh floodlight. For a moment, I thought it was a stray dog or raccoon, but the shape was too deliberate, too human. I blinked, and it was gone. I checked the rearview mirror. Nothing. No headlights, no taillights, nothing but the dark stretch of highway behind me. My pulse sped up, and I cursed myself for stopping. I should have kept driving, kept my eyes on the road. But I didn't. I sat in my cab, the engine idling, listening. The hum continued, low and steady, as if the trucks were still there, waiting for someone to finally come and get them. I promised myself I'd look into it, figure out what was going on. But the more I thought about it, the less I trusted my own senses. Was it the cold? The loneliness of the road? Or was something else waiting, just out of sight, on that dark stretch of Route 47? Either way, I wasn't going to ignore it again. Not this time. I reached for the radio, fingers trembling slightly, and called in a check with dispatch. Static crackled in response, then a calm voice confirming all clear along Route 47. No reports of stranded vehicles or unusual activity. That only deepened the mystery. The hum persisted, almost hypnotic, threading through the silence like a secret signal. I glanced at my watch past midnight, the witching hour where reality seemed to blur. Outside, the moon cast long shadows between the skeletal trees, and I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of the tree-line. Heart pounding, I started the engine and eased forward, determined to chase down whatever was hiding in those shadows. The engine's hum died down as I pulled off Route 47 onto the shoulder near the way station. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and the faint scent of diesel mixed with damp earth filled my nostrils. The air was sharp, cold enough to make my fingers sting despite the gloves. I kept glancing toward the tree-line, where I thought I saw movement just moments ago. Nothing now but the skeletal branches swaying in the wind. I pulled my jacket tighter and walked toward the scales. The metal platform gleamed faintly under the moonlight, the huge dial cracked and frozen at 0. The place looked abandoned, but the hum, the soft, steady vibration, pressed against my eardrums like a distant engine idling. I couldn't explain it. Couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I pulled out my phone, but no signal. Typical for this stretch of highway. I'd have to rely on my radio. I clicked the button again, voice low. Dispatch, this is Harper. Route 47 way station. Can you confirm if any trucks are scheduled for inspection or have reported issues nearby? Static. Then the same calm voice, Harper, nothing on file. No trucks reported, no road incidents. Way station's been closed for weeks. Weeks. That made it worse. No trucks, no drivers, but the scales were still registering weight. And it wasn't just in my head. It was real. I took a few careful steps onto the platform, boots scraping against the rusted metal. The dial suddenly twitched, a faint movement but enough to make me jump back. My pulse quickened. I stared at the dial, wondering if it was just a trick of the cold metal or a stray animal sneaking underneath. But the weight reading held steady, a few tons, enough for a big rig. That's when I heard it, soft, low, almost imperceptible at first, the faint drone of idling engines. Not just one, but several, overlapping in a chorus of mechanical waiting. I strained to listen, heart hammering. The sound didn't come from the highway. It came from somewhere behind the trees, close enough to feel like it was right next to me. I spun toward the tree lean. Shadows shifted again, faster this time, but no headlights, no movement clear enough to identify. Just shapes. My hands trembled, breath shallow. I told myself it was probably some truckers taking a break, maybe illegal parking or something else mundane. But the scales and the radio silence didn't add up. I backed away from the platform, the fading but still lingering in my ears like a low thrum beneath my skin. I slid back into the truck, locking the door with a soft click. I sat there, fingers tapping the steering wheel, mind racing. What was I dealing with? Morning wasn't far off, but the darkness felt thicker than ever. I decided I couldn't wait until daylight to figure this out. If something was out there, if people were trapped or worse, I needed to know. Back at the station, I'd met a few drivers during the day. Mostly locals, but none spoke of anything strange. Just the usual complaints about traffic, weather, and the long haul. Still, I asked around, careful not to sound paranoid. One guy, a grizzled old-timer named Earl, paused when I mentioned the way station. You mean that dump on 47? Closed for months. Nobody goes near it after dark, he said, voice low. Heard stories, drivers vanishing, trucks left running. Folks say it's cursed. I laughed it off, but his eyes didn't joke. Cursed, huh? Sounds like highway folklore. Maybe, Earl shrugged. But I don't stick around to find out. Later, I checked the way station's records at the county office. Nothing unusual. Scheduled maintenance canceled months ago, no trucks logged after the closure date. Yet the scales were still registering weight. I even found a maintenance report from last fall mentioning odd readings during the night, weight fluctuations with no trucks present. The report was dismissed as equipment malfunction, but I wasn't so sure. That night, I returned to the site with a small digital recorder and a flashlight. The air smelled colder, sharper, like the night had taken on a weight of its own. I set the recorder near the scales and waited. Minutes passed. The hum returned, a low, steady vibration that seemed to pulse with the night itself. Then, faint voices, muffled, distant, but undeniably human. I strained to catch words, but it was mostly murmurs, broken phrases, like conversations trapped behind a thick wall of silence. I stepped into the tree lean, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The underbrush crackled beneath my boots, and the night seemed to hold its breath. Then I caught a glimpse, a set of glowing reflectors from a large vehicle, hidden behind a cluster of trees and brush. A parked semi, its engine softly idling. But no driver. I circled the vehicle, heart pounding. The cab was empty. No keys in the ignition, doors locked tight. I checked the windows, no one inside. I looked down the road both ways. No other vehicles. No footprints or tire tracks showing recent activity. My skin prickled. Who left the truck here? Why was it still running? And where was the driver? I called dispatch again, voice steady despite the knot tightening in my stomach. Dispatch, this is Harper. I'm at the way station again. Found an idling semi, no driver in sight. Can you confirm if this truck is reported stolen or missing? Static. The response was the same as before, no reports, no missing vehicles, no unusual activity. I felt the weight of the silence settle over me. Something was wrong. Something real. And it was getting harder to deny. I drove back to the station, radio dead except for that endless static and the hum echoing in my mind. I needed backup. Someone else to see what I'd seen. To hear what I'd heard. But when I called my partner, Mike, his voicemail picked up. No answer. The next morning, I met him in person. Mike's eyes darkened when I told him about the idling truck and the voices. Harper, you're not imagining things. I've heard about this place from some of the older guys. They say trucks just show up, engines running, but no one's behind the wheel. Like the drivers got stuck somewhere else. It's not some ghost story, Mike. It's real people missing. Or trapped. And the scales, they're still ticking. Mike nodded slowly. We need to check the security cameras again. Maybe someone's tampering with the system. Or maybe it's a setup, someone using the station to hide something. His words sent a chill through me. Whoever was behind this wasn't supernatural. They were human. Calculating. Watching. That afternoon, we pulled the surveillance footage from the past week. The cameras were old, grainy, but certain patterns emerged. Trucks would pull in late at night, lights flickering, engines purring. Drivers would step out briefly, sometimes looking around nervously, then disappear into the shadows. The trucks stayed running, stationary, sometimes for hours. No record of them leaving. No one ever returned to their vehicles. Mike and I stared at the screen, the weight of the mystery pressing down like the heavy summer air before a storm. What do you think's happening here? I asked. Mike shook his head. I don't know. But I'm guessing whoever's running this little show doesn't want anyone poking around. As the sun dipped low, the sky bruising purple, I realized this was no longer just about strange noises and empty trucks. It was something bigger. Something darker. And now, I was part of it. Whether I liked it or not. The hum returned again that night, faint but persistent, as if the night itself was warning me to stop digging. But I couldn't. Not now. Because out there, on that stretch of Route 47, the waiting had only just begun. The silence in the truck cabin was absolute, except for that low, steady hum. The engine idling, no keys in the ignition, and the dashboard lights blinking in a slow, steady rhythm. I sat there, hands resting on the steering wheel, cold sweat gathering on my palms. The radio crackled with static, stubbornly silent when I tried to reach dispatch again. Mike's voicemail nagged at me like a ghost whispering warnings I couldn't shake. I didn't know what was more unsettling, the empty truck or the dead end I was fast approaching. I leaned back, rubbing my face with one hand. I wasn't sure if I should call anyone else. The whole town was asleep, or maybe they were just pretending to be. It felt like the way station itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Waiting for me to make a mistake. I stepped out of the truck and the night hit me like a wall. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and stale sweat, mixed with that faint metallic scent you only get near heavy machinery. The hum wasn't just from this truck anymore. It was all around me, soft, constant, as if 100 engines were idling somewhere just out of sight. I looked down the empty lanes. Nothing. No trucks, no shadows, no signs of life. But the scales. They were still registering weights. Different weights. I squinted at the rusted digital display. 45,000 pounds. Then 38. Then 0. It flickered, like it was alive. I stepped closer, the gravel crunching under my boots. I touched the metal plate. Cold. Solid. I knew those numbers were real. Someone, or something, was standing on those scales. I looked over my shoulder toward the way station shack. The windows were dark, but I caught a flicker, like a reflection or maybe a light briefly turning on. I blinked, and it was gone. My breath caught in my throat. Maybe I was imagining things. I shook my head. I needed to keep clear, to think. I decided to check the back area of the station, where the old office trailers and storage containers sat in a haphazard line. My boots sank into the damp earth as I moved cautiously. The faint hum followed me, growing louder, mixing with the distant drone of engines idling somewhere behind the trees. I stopped, trying to pinpoint the source. Nothing. Just the wait station and the road stretching into blackness. Then I saw it. A shadow. Moving. Quick. Too quick to be a trick of light. Hello? My voice cracked, the word hanging in the night air. No response. I took a step forward, heart hammering. The shadow darted behind a container. I circled around, every muscle tense, but no one was there. Only the smell of oil and old tires. I wanted to call it off. Walk away. But something inside me was stubborn. I had to know what was going on. Why the trucks were here, invisible drivers trapped somewhere between presence and absence. Why Mike wasn't answering. Why the wouldn't stop. I pulled out my phone. No signal. The screen glared back at me, no bars. I swore under my breath. No way to call for help. No way to confirm what I was seeing was real. Then my phone vibrated. A message. No sender. The screen lit up with just 2 words, "Don't leave." My hands trembled, the cold sweat turning icy. I looked around. The way station, the road, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The hum was louder now, almost like a chorus of voices drowned beneath the engine's drone. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. "Who's there?" I whispered. "Mike, if this is you, say something." No reply. Only the hum. I took a step back toward the truck. The scales lit up again. This time, the number climbed steadily, 20,000, 25, 30, like something was driving onto the platform. But there was no truck. No headlights. Just the empty road and the way station's blinking lights. I was trapped. I knew it then. The way station wasn't just a place, it was a trap. The trucks, the drivers, they weren't ghosts. Shadows gathered around the dilapidated building, swallowing the fading light with an oppressive silence. I climbed into the truck, locking the doors behind me. The hum surrounded the cab, vibrating through the metal frame. I tried the ignition again, no keys. I was locked in, no escape. The scales outside kept counting, the numbers rising with no explanation. My phone vibrated again. Another message, help will not come. Panic clawed at my throat. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel, trying to think. I thought about turning back, about leaving the way station behind forever. But the empty road stretched out behind me, swallowed by darkness. No cars. No lights. No sign that I could get away. I realized with a cold certainty that I crossed a point of no return. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, just a whisper at first, then clearer, as if someone was trying to break through the static. Harper. Mike's voice. But it was distorted, like a recording played underwater. My hand shook as I grabbed the microphone. "Mike? Where are you? What's going on?" The line went dead. Then static again. Then a soft click. I dropped the mic, heart racing. The hum faded, leaving a ringing silence. Outside, the scales read 0. But I knew better. I wasn't alone. And whatever was waiting here wasn't going anywhere. The scales kept climbing. 35,000. 40,000. My breath hitched, cold air burning my throat as I stared at the glowing numbers. No truck. No headlights. Just the faint, constant hum like a million engines idling in the distance. It felt like the night itself was breathing, the darkness alive and waiting. I backed away slowly, every instinct screaming to run, but the way station's cold concrete floor felt like glue beneath my boots. The empty road stretched into nothing, and the shadows pulled like spilled ink. Then, from the corner of my eye, a flicker, a light inside the way station's office. Not the steady green glow of the exit sign, but something sharper, more deliberate. I swallowed hard, my tongue dry. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. The hum dropped for a second, then roared back like a wave crashing against a cliff. No answer. My phone vibrated again. The message was the same. Don't leave. No sender. No explanation. I gripped the edge of the counter inside the station, off plaster chipped and dusty, and leaned in, trying to peer through the dusty glass. The office was empty. But the light, it was definitely there. Flickering. I stepped inside, every nerve screaming, and the door slammed shut behind me. Silence. Complete silence, save for the low hum outside. I spun around, hands pressed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. No windows to break, no phone signal, no way out. The room's stale air clung to my skin, smelling faintly of motor oil and old cigarette smoke. Somewhere beneath it all, I thought I heard breathing. Not mine. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice barely a breath. No reply. I tried the radio on the counter, an old CB unit. Static. Then, faintly, a voice. So quiet it could have been my imagination. "Help, please." My hands trembled as I grabbed the microphone. "Who is this? Where are you?" The voice crackled again, clearer this time, a man's voice, hoarse and desperate. "Trapped. The scales, don't trust them. They don't stop. We can't leave." I froze. The same words I'd felt in the pit of my stomach echoed back at me. Trapped. The scales didn't stop. We can't leave. "Listen," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "Where are you? What's happening?" Static swallowed the line. Then a new message appeared on my phone. "Look behind you." I whipped around. Nothing but shadows and the dull glow of the scales outside through the grimy window. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of panic. This had to be some kind of sick joke, or maybe someone messing with me. But the voice on the radio, if it was real, meant someone was in trouble. I crouched down and inspected the radio again. The static was thicker now, almost like interference. Then, a soft tapping at the window. Slow, deliberate. I froze, my skin crawling. No trucks. No drivers. But someone or something was here. Waiting. I tapped the glass lightly, heart hammering. "Who's there? What do you want?" The tapping stopped. A breath. Then, muffled footsteps retreating into the dark. I grabbed my phone again. Signal still dead. The message had vanished. The hum outside shifted, growing louder, more urgent. I glanced back at the scales. The numbers were climbing again. 45,000. 47,000. 48,000. I swallowed hard. The voice on the radio had said not to trust the scales. But if the scales never stopped, then what? I looked around the office, desperate for something, anything. The only other door led to a small storage closet. I edged toward it, heart in my throat. Inside was a dusty filing cabinet. I yanked open the top drawer. Old paperwork, yellowed with age. One folder caught my eye, Incidents. I flipped through it. Reports of trucks caught on the scales overnight. Drivers missing. No explanation. Just gone. One report mentioned a man named Harold Jennings. Last seen at the way station 3 months ago. His truck had been on the scales all night. When found the next morning, the truck was empty. No trace of Jennings. I shuddered. The outside swelled, almost drowning out my thoughts. Then the radio crackled again. "Don't trust the scales," the voice warned, breath ragged. "They keep us here. The station's a trap." "Why?" "Whose?" My words cut off as the door rattled violently. I stumbled back, heart racing. "Let me in," a voice hissed from the other side. Not a shout. Not a plea. Something colder. More urgent. I pressed myself against the far wall, breath shallow. "I can't," I said. "I don't know what this is." The rattling stopped. The way station on Route 47 was quiet again when I arrived that night. No one was around, of course. The gates were locked, the office dark, and the old fluorescent sign above the scales flickered weakly, casting uneven shadows across the cracked pavement. I knew what I was looking for. I always did. That faint hum, the ghostly echo of engines idling. It was there again, as if the trucks never really left. I parked my car near the edge of the lot, the gravel crunching under my tires, and sat for a moment. The air smelled like damp asphalt and pine, a strange mix that clung to my clothes. I rolled down the window and listened. The hum was faint but unmistakable. It filled the stillness, a low, persistent vibration that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. I didn't expect to find ghosts. Not in the supernatural sense. I never did. But what I found was worse, in some ways something human, something trapped by circumstance and fear. I took a deep breath and stepped out, the cold night air biting at my face. The scales were empty, but the readout blinked with numbers, as if invisible trucks weighed in every few minutes. I touched the rusted metal railing, its surface rough and cold, and tried to steady my racing thoughts. My hands trembled slightly, but I told myself it was just a chill. I'd been coming here for weeks, poking around, trying to understand the strange phenomenon that had swallowed this place whole. The trucks. The silence that wasn't silent. And the drivers. The drivers who never came back. That's when I heard the door. Not the office door, it was locked tight, but a scraping sound from the storage shed behind the station. My heart jumped. I wasn't alone. "Hello?" I called out, voice rough from disuse. The words felt foreign, awkward in the night. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just a steady hum and a faint rustling. I edged closer, every nerve alert. The shed door was cracked open, the wood splintered at the edges. I pushed it gently, and it creaked on rusty hinges. Inside, the air smelled of oil and mildew. Boxes and tarps piled up in the dim light. Then I saw him. A man, maybe in his 50s, slumped against the wall. His clothes were filthy, and his face was pale beneath a thick beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in months. He blinked slowly, as if waking from a long sleep. "Are you okay?" I asked, stepping inside, the floor cold beneath my boots. He nodded weakly, voice cracked like dry wood. "I'm stuck here. Been here for days." I swallowed hard. "Why? What happened?" He looked away, eyes clouded with something I couldn't name. "It's the way station. Ever since they closed the place, no one's come to help. The trucks keep coming, but no drivers. I don't know why. I stayed to wait for someone. His story hit me with a weight I hadn't expected, heavier than the rusted scales outside. This man, like the others I'd read about, was trapped in a limbo of fear and confusion, caught in the same cycle as the phantom trucks. I sat down beside him, the cold seeping through my jeans. I'm going to get you out of here. We'll figure this out. He didn't respond, just stared at the floor. The hum grew louder, more insistent, as if the night itself was pressing down on us. I thought about calling for help, but the nearest town was miles away, and the signals on my phone were patchy at best. Besides, who'd believe a story like this? A deserted way station with phantom trucks and trapped drivers? It sounded insane. But I couldn't leave him there. Not after everything I'd seen. We spent the next hour in the shed, talking in low voices. He told me about the route, the strange disappearances, the rumors of a company that had shut down operations without warning. How drivers had been left stranded, their schedules erased, their calls unanswered. How the way station had become a waiting room for nothingness. I felt a cold knot tighten in my chest. This wasn't just a ghost story. It was a tragedy waiting to happen. By dawn, the man's breathing had steadied, and his eyes held a flicker of hope. I promised him I'd find a way to get him out, help him reach his family, his home. When we finally stepped outside, the lot was bathed in pale light. The hum was gone. The scales were silent. For the first time, the air felt clean. Driving away from Route 47, I looked back once. The way station stood empty, its secrets folded away in the daylight. But the memory of those engines, invisible yet so vivid in the night, stayed with me. I knew the waiting wasn't over, not for everyone. But I'd broken the cycle for one man. And maybe that was enough. Some stories don't end with loud resolutions or dramatic confrontations. Sometimes they end quietly, with a door opening, a hand reaching out, and the slow, steady return of light. The road ahead was long. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was heading somewhere. Silence. Complete silence. I let it fill the car as I drove, the hum finally gone. Story 3, Toxic Caregiver, Hidden Dangers in Babysitting. When I first met Claire, our new babysitter, I thought she seemed fine enough. Our house was quiet that Tuesday afternoon, the kind of quiet that feels heavy in the way only an empty home can. The December light filtered weakly through the blinds, casting long shadows on the living room carpet. I was sitting at the kitchen table, notebook open but mostly ignored, trying to respond to emails that didn't seem urgent but wouldn't stop piling up. Upstairs, the baby monitor's soft glow flickered on the counter. Claire had been here for about an hour, playing blocks with Lily. The baby monitor picked up their muffled voices and the occasional thud of wooden toys. I remember noticing how the air smelled faintly of the lavender-scented lotion we kept on the changing table, a smell I liked but Lily usually didn't. She wrinkled her nose at it, which made me think Claire might be a bit heavy-handed with the stuff. The first odd thing happened when I heard Claire call out, "Lily, sweetie, are you okay?" Her voice was calm but something about the tone was off, like she was trying too hard to sound reassuring. I stood up and padded toward the stairs, listening. Lily's soft whimper came through the monitor, followed by a quieter voice I couldn't make out. I climbed the stairs slowly, the wooden steps creaking under my socks. The house was cold, colder than usual for December, but I didn't think much of it. I reached the hallway and peeked into Lily's room. Claire was gently rocking her in the glider chair, but Lily's cheeks were pink and blotchy, a little swollen around the eyes. My stomach tightened. "Is Lily all right?" I asked, stepping fully into the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Claire looked up, startled. "Oh, yeah. I think she just got a little warm after running around." She's probably fine. I frowned, moving closer to Lily, who was now sniffling quietly. The redness looked more like a rash than just flushed skin. Does she have any allergies I should know about? Claire blinked. Allergies? Not that I know of. Why? I hesitated. She's allergic to peanuts. And sometimes her skin reacts to certain lotions or detergents. Claire shrugged, like I was making a big deal out of nothing. I didn't see anything like that. I forced a smile, but the knot in my throat didn't loosen. Okay. Just keep an eye on it, please. Back downstairs, the house felt even colder. I tried to shake off the unease as I returned to my emails, but the baby monitor's faint static kept pulling my attention. I could hear the occasional cough and the soft, uneven breathing that didn't sound quite right. An hour later, I found myself sneaking another look up the stairs. Claire was sitting on the floor now, the blocks abandoned, and Lily was lying in her lap, eyes closed. Claire's hands were trembling slightly as she rubbed Lily's back. I caught a glimpse of her face, pale, almost strained. "What's going on?" I asked, stepping into the room. Claire looked up, startled again, and a nervous laugh escaped her lips. She just got a little fussy. I'm trying to soothe her. I knelt beside the chair, watching Lily's chest rise and fall. The blush had spread, and her breathing was shallow. Have you given her anything? Benadryl, maybe? Claire shook her head. No. I'm not sure what to do. I thought maybe she just needed to rest. That's when the panic started to bubble under my skin. I grabbed my phone and flipped through the emergency instructions I'd saved for babysitters. Claire hovered behind me, biting her lip. Do you know CPR? I asked, voice low. She hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, a little. A little isn't enough with a child who has allergies, I said, trying not to sound accusing but failing. Claire looked away, fiddling with her fingers. I can call 911 if it gets worse. I swallowed hard. You should have called already. She looked back at me, eyes wide. I didn't want to make a fuss. The weight of that sentence settled in the room like a thick fog. I wanted to believe she wasn't dangerous, that she just didn't know better. But something about her hesitation, the way she avoided my gaze, made me doubt if this was just inexperience or something else entirely. Later that night, after Lily was finally asleep, thankfully without needing emergency care, I sat in the dim kitchen light, the baby monitor between us. I found myself keeping it on, listening. Claire was in the living room, humming softly to herself, the sound strangely brittle in the silence. I started watching her through the monitor's camera, something I hadn't planned on doing. It felt intrusive, but better to be paranoid than sorry. Claire moved around the house with an ease that unsettled me. She checked her phone frequently, whispered to herself, and sometimes stared at the walls like she was waiting for something. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was just tired. But the way she handled Lily earlier, the missed signs, the hesitation, stayed with me like a cold shadow. What if she wasn't prepared? What if she really didn't know how to respond when it mattered most? The monitor crackled, and Claire's voice came through again, low and uneven. I'm just doing my best. I hope that's enough. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't know what to think anymore. But I knew one thing for sure. From now on, I would be watching. The quiet in the house had shifted. She didn't know I was watching. Her back was to the camera, but her shoulders were tight, her movements too deliberate, as if she were trying to convince herself she belonged here. I rubbed my eyes, trying not to let exhaustion blur my focus. It was late, but sleep felt impossible. The unease from earlier still clung to me, thick and sticky. I remembered the way she'd missed the redness on Lily's skin, how she hesitated when I mentioned the peanut allergy. Like it was a foreign language to her. And the CPR lesson, I caught her on the phone, fumbling through YouTube videos with a frustrated sigh. That shouldn't happen when you're responsible for a child's life, I thought. It just shouldn't. The monitor crackled softly, and Claire's voice drifted through again. I'm just doing my best. I hope that's enough. The words sounded brittle, like a fragile promise she was making to herself. I leaned closer, straining to catch every word, every sound. There was a long pause, then the faintest shuffle of papers. I squinted, the screen grainy, but I could make out a small notebook on the coffee table. Claire was flipping through it, muttering under her breath. Curiosity pulled me in. I grabbed my phone and started jotting down notes, trying not to let my hands tremble. The notebook's pages were too far away to read, but her whispers had a rhythm, a pattern I couldn't ignore. I caught fragments: allergy, EpiPen, CPR, call 911. The phrases were clumsy, disconnected, like she was trying to memorize instructions without really understanding them. Why would she keep a notebook like that? Did she really think scribbling down emergency steps was enough? My skin prickled. This wasn't just incompetence. It felt like desperation. I checked the time. Nearly midnight. Lily was asleep in her crib, the soft rise and fall of her chest visible on the monitor. I wanted to believe Claire would be fine, that she'd somehow manage if something happened. But the knot in my stomach tightened. The next day, I couldn't sit still. At the office, my mind spun in circles. I Googled everything: babysitter certifications, common allergy protocols, emergency response times. I printed out pamphlets, bookmarked online courses, and sent a quick message to a friend who's a nurse. Maybe I was overreacting, but the thought of leaving Lily alone with someone so ill-prepared felt unbearable. When I got home, Claire was already waiting on the porch, her expression guarded but polite. I forced a smile, hiding the storm inside me. "Hey," I said, "can we talk for a minute? About Lily's allergies and emergency stuff?" She hesitated, then nodded. We sat at the kitchen table, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the worn wood. I pulled out the pamphlets, pointing to key sections. "See, this is what I wanted to make sure you knew. If Lily has a reaction, you need to act fast. Do you have any questions?" Claire bit her lip, then shook her head. "I think I've got it. I mean, I'll do what's needed." Her voice wavered just enough to make me wonder if she really believed it. I caught the faint smell of smoke on her jacket, cigarette, maybe, and suddenly I noticed her fingers trembling slightly as she reached for a glass of water. That evening, I decided to test the baby monitor system more thoroughly. I positioned the camera in Lily's room and the living room, covering every angle I could. I wanted to know exactly what Claire was doing when I wasn't watching. At first, it was uneventful. Claire read a book, hummed to herself, occasionally glancing at her phone. But then, around 9:30 p.m., the tone changed. Her voice dropped low, almost a whisper. I caught her saying, "Okay, Lily, just stay calm. I'm right here." The quiet before that had been thick, but now it felt suffocating. I strained to hear more, but the monitor's speaker buzzed faintly, distorting her words. Then, a sudden sound, a soft thud, followed by a sharp intake of breath. I froze. My pulse jumped. Was Lily okay? The camera showed Claire moving toward the crib, but the angle was poor. She knelt down, hands shaking. "Lily?" Claire's voice cracked. "Come on, breathe." I wanted to rush upstairs, but my legs felt like lead. Instead, I gripped the monitor harder, watching as she seemed to fumble with the baby's blanket. The room was too dark to see much, but the tension in Claire's posture was unmistakable. Minutes passed. Claire's breaths were shallow, uneven. Then, she stood up abruptly and paced the room, whispering to herself, "I should know this. I should know this." The monitor's battery beeped low, but I didn't care. I listened as Claire's panic grew, her voice rising, then falling into silence again. I called my husband. His voice was steady, calm. "What's wrong?" I didn't answer immediately. My throat tightened. "Claire, she doesn't know what to do with Lily if something happens." "Is Lily okay?" "I don't know. I can't see clearly. But I'm scared." "Stay calm. I'm heading home." I hung up and stared at the screen. The house felt colder, the shadows longer. I wanted to believe this was just a bad night, a rough patch. But deep down, I knew I was witnessing something far worse. Claire's whispered apologies filled the quiet room. "I'm sorry. I'm trying." And in that moment, I realized this wasn't just about babysitting. It was about trust. And once broken, trust is hard to repair. I sat back, the monitor still glowing softly in the dark. The night stretched ahead, filled with unseen dangers and whispered fears. I had to keep watching. Because if I didn't, who would protect Lily? The night dragged on with a weight I couldn't shake, like sinking in water that refused to let me rise. I called my husband again, even though I knew he was still on his way. His voice was a tether, steady and calm, but inside I was unraveling. "I can't just sit here," I said, voice tight. "She doesn't know what to do if something happens. She doesn't even recognize the signs. Not the basics." He sighed, and I could hear the tires crunching on the gravel outside. "I'm almost home. Let me handle this." But I didn't want to hand over control, not yet. There was something else, something deeper gnawing at me. I needed proof. Evidence. I wasn't sure what I'd do with it, but I had to understand who Claire really was, beyond the surface of her nervous smiles and hesitant reassurances. I hit the baby monitor's record function, an option I hadn't noticed before. It felt invasive, almost cruel, but the alternative was silence, a silence that could swallow Lily whole if Claire panicked again. I sat back, hands trembling as I listened, eyes flicking to the darkened hallway where shadows pooled beneath the closed nursery door. Minutes ticked by. Then, the faint sound of Claire's voice came through, but this time she wasn't talking to Lily. She was on the phone. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. "He said to watch for hives or swelling, but I don't see anything. What if she just stops breathing? I don't think I can do CPR. I never learned that part." No, I didn't say anything in the interview. I thought I could fake it. My breath caught. Fake it. Those words replayed in my mind. How could she be entrusted with a child's life if she was bluffing her way through every safety check? I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. I wanted to scream, to storm into the nursery and pull Lily into my arms. But I stayed frozen, a silent witness to the unraveling. The voice on the other end was low, insistent. "You have to keep her calm. Don't let anyone see you're unsure. You can handle this. Just stay in the house until I say otherwise." The call ended abruptly. Claire sucked in a shaky breath and muttered, "I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry." Then, after a pause, she whispered something I barely caught. "They said I'd get paid more if I kept her alive." A cold shiver ran down my spine. They. Who were they? I pressed my ear closer to the monitor, but only silence answered. I sat back, heart hammering. This wasn't just incompetence. It was something darker, more deliberate. I had stumbled into a secret that felt like a trap, tightening around me and Lily. The house suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in. I glanced at the front door, the lock clicking under my gaze. Escape wasn't simple anymore. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. I didn't want to answer, but it was Claire, calling again. I hesitated, then picked up. "Please," she whispered, voice cracking. "Don't call anyone else." "I'm trying. I really am." I swallowed hard. "Claire, who are you talking to?" "What do you mean they?" Silence. Then a shaky breath. "I can't explain. Just, please don't make this worse." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, the buzzing echoing in the quiet room. The trust I'd had, fragile and tentative, shattered. I was in too deep, there was no turning back now. If I exposed Claire, what would happen to Lily? To me? The thought was suffocating. I paced the room, rubbing my arms as if to shake off the chill. The house smelled faintly of baby powder and something else, an acrid, metallic scent that made my stomach twist. I tried to remember if I'd noticed it before. Had I just been too distracted? The monitor crackled again. Claire's voice, barely audible, came through with a new edge, something cold, determined. "No one leaves tonight. Not until the job's done." I froze. My hands trembled as I reached for the monitor, the reality sinking in like ice in my veins. This wasn't just about babysitting or a bad hire. This was a nightmare I'd walked straight into, and suddenly, I wasn't sure I could protect my daughter or myself. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and urgent. The night pressed in, thick and unyielding. And I knew, with a sinking certainty, that the point of no return had passed. The room seemed to shrink around me, shadows twisting in every corner as the weight of his words settled deep in my chest. My mind raced plans, escape routes, anything, but the door was locked tight, and the windows barred like a cage. I glanced at my daughter, asleep in the next room, unaware and vulnerable. Panic clawed at my throat, but I swallowed it down. There was no time for fear, only action. I had to be smarter, faster. Somewhere in the silence, a faint creak echoed, someone else was moving out there. The night wasn't done with us yet, and neither was I. I pressed my back against the cold wall, heart pounding, waiting for the shadow to reveal itself. The silence was a weight pressing down on me, so thick I could almost taste it, like stale air trapped in an empty room for days. The door didn't move. No shadow slipped through the crack beneath it. Whoever or whatever was out there held back, waiting. I could almost hear the beat of my own heart, loud and irregular, hammering in my ears. I swallowed, wishing I had a drink of water, something to moisten the dryness in my mouth. I didn't. Only the stale air and the quiet, unbearable stillness. I glanced toward the baby monitor's red light, and there she was, the babysitter. She sat on the floor beside the crib, her legs crossed awkwardly, like she'd been there for hours, and yet her eyes darted around like she was trying to focus but failing. The monitor's grainy image flickered, the baby's little chest rising and falling peacefully, unaware of the storm building just a few feet away. I pressed the talk button, voice barely above a whisper. "Hey! Can you hear me?" No response. "I'm downstairs. I need to talk." Still nothing. Just a faint crackle of static. I tried again, firmer this time. "Look, I know you're there. Please respond." Her head snapped up, eyes wide and uncomprehending. She mouthed something I couldn't catch, then stood abruptly, knocking the side of the crib with a soft thud. The baby stirred but didn't wake. I bit my lip. She was distant, like she wasn't really here. Not fully. Something about her gaze, it didn't settle. Like a bird trapped in a room, fluttering against invisible walls. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just dealing with incompetence. This was something else. Something darker, deeper. The door creaked again, louder this time. My muscles tensed. The knob rattled. I pressed myself tighter against the wall, heart threatening to burst through my ribs. Whoever was out there was testing me, pushing, probing. The babysitter, her name was Amy, right? She was either part of it or didn't even realize what was happening around her. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, fingers trembling. No signal. A cruel joke. The house's walls, thick and old, smothered every attempt to reach out. I cursed myself for not thinking ahead. The baby monitor was the only link I had, a weak, flickering thread. Amy's voice broke the silence, soft and strange. You're not supposed to be here. That sent a shiver down my spine. The tone wasn't angry or scared. It was flat, like a statement of fact. Like I'd crossed some invisible line. I'm your employer, I said, voice steadier than I felt. I need to know what's going on. Why can't you handle this job? She laughed then, but it was hollow, a dry rasp that scraped at my nerves. Handle it? You don't understand. No one understands. The baby monitor buzzed with static, then silence. Moments passed like hours. I closed my eyes, willing myself to think clearly. To plan. When I opened them, Amy was moving again, pacing the nursery floor. Her footsteps were soft but deliberate, a slow rhythm that felt like a countdown. I caught a glimpse of her face in the dim light, eyes glassy, unfocused, lips pressed tight like she was biting back something fierce. I pressed the talk button again. Amy, listen. If you don't know what you're doing, you have to call someone. Anyone. I can't leave the baby alone with you. There was a pause. Then, her voice, low and almost a whisper. You don't get it. No one's coming. What do you mean? I demanded. She stopped moving. For a heartbeat, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was still. Then she said, they never come. I felt a cold snap of dread roll through me, like the air had shifted and thickened. What had I walked into? Was this babysitter dangerous because she was reckless? Or because she was broken? The monitor crackled again, and I nearly dropped it when I heard the baby's cry, sharp, sudden, urgent. Not a sleepy whimper, but a panicked wail that cut through the night. I scrambled to the nursery door, hand shaking on the knob. Stay calm, I told myself. Stay calm. Amy's voice was there, calm and eerie, almost mocking. She's fine. Just needs to cry it out. No, I said, voice breaking. She has an allergy. You have to check her. Please. The baby's crying doubled, raw and desperate now. I could smell the faint scent of something sweet, maybe fruit or syrup, lingering in the air. Maybe from the baby's bottle, or the crumbs Amy had left on the floor earlier. My stomach twisted. Help her, I pleaded through the monitor. Amy's laughter was soft, almost a sigh. You don't want to see what happens when I try. That was the moment I realized I was no longer just a parent worried about a bad babysitter. I was trapped with someone who didn't care if the baby lived or died. I slammed my shoulder into the door. Locked. I tried the handle again, nothing. My breath came fast, hot and ragged. I could hear Amy moving behind the crib, her voice low and sing-songy, like she was trying to soothe the baby but failing miserably. Suddenly, the crying stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then the baby monitor went dead. The screen went black, the red light blinking off. I stood frozen, hands clenched into fists at my sides, every nerve screaming. Outside, the dog barked again, closer this time, sharp and urgent like a warning. I didn't know what I faced now, but I knew one thing. I couldn't trust Amy. I couldn't trust anyone. And I was running out of time. The night I decided I couldn't keep watching, I barely slept. The baby monitor sat on the kitchen counter, its little green light blinking steadily like a heartbeat I didn't trust. I stared at it for hours, listening to every creak, every sigh, every muffled giggle or whimper from the nursery. But that night, something else slipped through the static words. Not the usual coos or lullabies, but a conversation. Quiet, urgent. Between her and someone else. I don't know why I didn't unplug it immediately. Maybe I wanted proof, or maybe I feared what I'd hear next. The house smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, a scent I'd come to associate with her presence. It was sharp and artificial, clashing with the soft warmth of the baby's room just down the hall. She was talking about the baby. The words were clipped, almost rehearsed, but with an edge I hadn't heard before. He's fine. I told you, it's nothing serious. The voice was hers, unmistakable, but there was a hardness to it I hadn't known existed. The second voice was low, cautious, almost whispering, but there was no mistaking the concern beneath it. I sank against the kitchen wall, cold plaster scraping my back. My hands trembled as I clutched the monitor tighter, the plastic cool and unyielding. I wanted to shout, to march upstairs and confront her right then. But the fear rooting me in place wasn't just for me. It was for the baby, for his fragile little life that I'd already felt slipping through my fingers once. Earlier that day, I'd watched her ignore the rash spreading across his cheek. When I asked if she called me, she shrugged, said it was probably just heat rash, nothing dangerous. No allergies, no emergency, nothing to worry about. I'd seen enough to know better. But no matter how much I tried to warn her, she shrugged me off like a fly buzzing in her ear. I remember the way the baby's breath caught once, shallow and quick, while she hummed a tune and rocked him too hard. It wasn't just ignorance anymore. It was recklessness. Or worse, indifference. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I couldn't let her stay. But how to tell my wife? How to explain the gnawing suspicion that had settled like a stone in my gut without sounding unhinged? I replayed every moment in my head, every misstep she'd made, the way she'd fumbled through CPR basics when I casually quizzed her before hiring. I'd wanted to believe she was just nervous, but now I knew. Later that morning, I called my wife into the living room, the baby monitor still silent on the table. Her eyes were tired, her smile forced. I took a breath and laid it all out, the missed signs, the strange conversation, the feeling of danger I couldn't shake. She looked at me like I was the one seeing ghosts. Are you sure you're not just overthinking? It's been a tough week. But I saw the flicker in her eyes, the doubt breaking through. We agreed to watch the baby ourselves whenever possible, to ask around about the sitter quietly. Then the call came. From the pediatrician's office. The baby's rash was worse, a mild allergic reaction, they said, but nothing they'd expect to worsen with treatment. The nurse asked if the baby had been left alone with anyone unfamiliar. I hesitated, then told the truth. They advised immediate removal of the sitter and to observe closely. I felt a weight lift and settle simultaneously. Relief was tangled with guilt. Why hadn't I acted sooner? Why had I let the fear simmer in silence? That evening, I packed her belongings while she was out running errands. No confrontation. No explanations. Just a note on the kitchen counter. Thank you, but we no longer need your services. I hated the coldness of it, but I couldn't risk another day of pretending everything was fine. When she came home, she was polite but distant. No anger, no pleading. Just a quiet understanding, like she'd already known this was coming. I watched her pack the last of her things, her hands steady, her expression unreadable. Afterwards, the house felt different, lighter, somehow. The baby slept soundly in his crib, undisturbed. I sat beside him, tracing his tiny fingers with my own, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest. The air smelled faintly of lavender from the new nightlight we bought, a small comfort in the aftermath. I realized how fragile trust is, how easily it can be shattered by a single moment's doubt. I thought the horror was something out of a nightmare, a stranger ignoring danger. But the real terror was the helplessness, the gnawing suspicion that someone could be so unprepared, so careless with a child's life. In the weeks that followed, we found a new sitter. Someone who knew the signs, who could breathe calmly in emergencies, who treated our son like he was the most important thing in the world. I watched her closely at first, the same way I had before, but this time I saw the quiet competence in her eyes. The steady hands. The soft voice. The knowledge that made me finally exhale. I still check the baby monitor at night, but now it's just to hear his soft breathing, the occasional rustle of blankets, the gentle murmur of someone who knows how to keep him safe. I don't trust easily anymore, not when it comes to my son. But I've learned that sometimes, trust has to be earned in silence, through small moments, through watching and waiting. I don't think I'll ever forget the nights I spent listening to her voice, the creeping dread that filled the silence between words. But I also know I survived it. We survived it. And maybe that's enough. The house is quiet now. The baby's room glows softly with the nightlight's hum. Outside, a dog barks somewhere down the street. The air is cool and still. I close my eyes and breathe in, tasting the faint scent of lavender and hope. The worst is behind us. For now, that has to be enough. Story 4, Betrayal at the Fence, Dogs Sensing Darkness. I never thought a dog could betray you. Mr. Carver, the old man who lived 3 doors down, was a fixture around here. Every afternoon at precisely 3:15, he came by to toss scraps or occasionally a stale biscuit over the fence for Baxter. Quiet, slow-footed, harmless. I liked him well enough, especially since I moved in last year. Neighbors are a rarity on this cul-de-sac, and Mr. Carver's visits were a kind of comforting rhythm in an otherwise empty neighborhood. But that afternoon, the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt different. The sun dipped behind a sudden slate of dark clouds, and the breeze carried a sharp tang of damp earth mixed with something else, something bitter and metallic that clung to the back of my throat. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the changing weather. My fingers brushed Baxter's fur, raw from a recent run in the park, but he didn't want to be touched. He crawled again, eyes locked on Mr. Carver like he was a stranger. I cleared my throat, trying to break the silence. Baxter, come on. It's just Mr. Carver. The dog's body tensed and, without warning, he slipped through a small hole beneath the fence and disappeared into the neighbor's yard. I called after him, my voice cracking. Baxter, no! Come back. Mr. Carver looked up, a faint wrinkle of confusion creasing his forehead. He's usually friendlier, isn't he? His voice was soft but carried a strange edge, like he wanted to say more but stopped himself. I don't know what's gotten into him, I said, stepping cautiously over the cracked concrete path. The paper bag in Mr. Carver's hand rustled as he shifted it nervously. Maybe he's sick. Or maybe he smells something strange. Could be, he muttered. Animals can sense things we don't. The thought unsettled me more than I expected. Baxter didn't just sense things, he usually trusted people instantly, especially Mr. Carver. The old man had a way of moving, slow, deliberate, almost careful, that made him harmless in my mind. But now, Baxter's sudden fear suggested something deeper. That evening, I checked a neighborhood Facebook group. Nothing unusual. Just the usual chatter about the upcoming street fair, a few complaints about the potholes, and a lost cat poster. But then Mrs. Langley's post caught my eye. Her golden retriever, Max, had been sick since Monday, vomiting and listless. She said she had taken him to the vet, but they weren't sure what was wrong. I stared at the screen, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Max was the biggest, friendliest dog on the block. If Baxter was acting strange and Max was suddenly ill, maybe it wasn't just a coincidence. I went outside, letting the night air wash over me. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the cracked sidewalks. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked sharply, then whimpered. The sound pricked at my nerves. I tried to remember if Baxter had eaten anything strange that afternoon. The usual stuff, scraps from Mr. Carver, a bit of leftover chicken, the occasional dog biscuit. Nothing new. But what if someone else had been around while I wasn't looking? Someone who meant harm. The idea felt absurd. Poisoning pets? Why? For what reason? I shook my head, trying to clear the dark thoughts. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe Baxter was just off his usual self. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard a faint scratching at the back door. I opened it to find Baxter crouched low, eyes wide and unblinking, staring down the street. And then I saw it, a shadow moving quickly between the houses, a figure too slender to be anything familiar, slipping silently into the darkness. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck. The street was empty again. Only the wind whispered, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Something cold. Something wrong. I didn't know it then, but that night was the beginning. The calm before something darker settled over the neighborhood. Something that would unravel the quiet like a thread pulled too far. Baxter refused to go near Mr. Carver after that. And I started watching. Not just the old man, but everyone who walked past, every whispered conversation I overheard through thin walls, every unmarked vehicle that slowed just a little too long outside our homes. Because sometimes, the most ordinary days hold the darkest secrets. I just hadn't found them yet. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked pavement. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes, the subtle shift in the air thickening with suspicion. Doors that once opened freely now clicked shut a second too late, and smiles seemed forced, as if everyone was holding their breath. It was in the silence between words, the hurried glances exchanged in grocery store aisles, and the sudden, unexplained power outages that flickered through the block. Something was coming, something that didn't just threaten our peace but threatened to tear it apart completely. The night crept in slow and heavy, the kind that presses against your skin like damp cloth. Mr. Carver's footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement again, slow but deliberate. He paused near the corner mailbox, head tilting slightly, as if listening for something only he could hear. I swallowed hard, the dry scratch in my throat making it hard to breathe. Something was definitely wrong. And it wasn't just a dog. I had started piecing things together, but the edges still felt blurry. The more I watched, the more the neighborhood seemed like a stage set for some strange play. People who once nodded hello now avoided my gaze. Conversation stopped when I walked near. Even the streetlights flickered in a way that felt too deliberate to be coincidence. The next morning, I woke with a dull ache behind my eyes and a restless mind. I couldn't shake the image of Baxter's low growl or Mr. Carver's cold stare. The sun poured through the blinds, spilling dust motes into the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, but it brought no warmth. Coffee in hand, I flipped through the neighborhood's community board online, hoping for some clue, anything. There were posts about missing pets, vague warnings about contaminated water, but no details. Someone had mentioned a sick dog near Mrs. Klein's house, 2 blocks over. Then another, a cat found under the old elm with strange markings on its fur. The words poison and danger floated in the comments, but no one seemed to know who was responsible. I needed to talk to someone, but who? The last time I tried asking about Mr. Carver, the neighbors' eyes glazed over like they'd been told to forget. I wasn't sure if it was fear or something else. Baxter barely ate his breakfast. Watching him, slow and wary, was like seeing a shadow of the dog I'd known. Usually, he'd greet the day with a wagging tail and sloppy kisses. Now, he flinched when the mail carrier came by and hid under the kitchen table when the neighbors' children shouted in the yard. I decided to start keeping a journal, scribbling down every odd detail as it happened. It felt ridiculous, like I was turning into one of those conspiracy theorists I'd scoff at before. But I couldn't ignore it. Something was poisoning our pets, and I was too close to the truth. That afternoon, I took Baxter for a slow walk, leash slack but my eyes sharp. We passed Mrs. Klein's house, the one with the wilting garden and peeling paint. Her porch light flickered erratically, casting long shadows that twisted like fingers across the cracked wood. I saw a small figure dart behind the bushes, a cat, thin and trembling. Its fur was matted, and its eyes glinted with fear. I called softly, but it didn't move. Something about the way it stared at me made my skin prickle. I knelt down, trying to offer a piece of my sandwich, but it vanished into the shadows before I could touch it. Later, I visited the local vet, hoping to get some answers. The waiting room smelled sterile, with hints of antiseptic and the faint musk of nervous animals. Dr. Patel was a sharp woman, her brow furrowed as I described the symptoms Baxter and the other pets had shown: nausea, lethargy, strange bruising. Poisoning, she said quietly. I've seen a few cases recently. It's subtle, but deadly. Usually some kind of rodenticide or household toxin. Do you think someone is doing this on purpose? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She hesitated, then nodded. It's rare, but yes. And it's always someone close to the victims. Pets don't just get poisoned by accident in small neighborhoods like this. Her words settled like a stone in my stomach. Someone was deliberately harming these animals. Why? And how far would they go to keep it quiet? Walking home, I felt eyes on me again. A car slowed past, tinted windows glinting in the fading light. The driver's face was obscured, but the coldness in their stare was unmistakable. I quickened my pace, Baxter limping slightly beside me. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house felt colder than usual, the faint hum of the refrigerator the only sound breaking the silence. Baxter whimpered softly from his hiding spot, and I finally gave in, letting him crawl onto my bed. His warmth was a small comfort against the growing chill in the room. My phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. No words, just a photo. It showed Baxter, outside our house, with a small white powdery residue near his paws. I stared at the screen, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Someone was watching me. Watching Baxter. The line between neighborly concern and something far darker was thinner than I'd ever imagined. The poison wasn't just in the neighborhood, it was in the trust we'd all taken for granted. I knew I couldn't turn back now. Not when Baxter was scared, and the quiet menace had found its way into my home. The question was how deep this went and how many more lives it would touch before I could stop it. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes as if warning me to listen. I did. I had to. Because whatever was coming, it wasn't just about poisoned pets anymore. It was about secrets buried so deeply that digging them up might be the only way to survive. And I was ready to dig. The night dragged on, thick with silence and the hum of the heater struggling against the cold. Someone was definitely watching us. I rubbed my eyes and glanced out the window. Streetlights cast long, flickering shadows across the cracked pavement of our block. The wind rattled the old window panes in a steady, nervous tapping. It felt like the house itself was holding its breath. I wasn't sure if I wanted to wait for whatever was coming or to run straight into it. I knew one thing: I wasn't going anywhere. Morning came with a weak, gray light bleeding through the blinds. I woke to a faint buzzing in my ears, the kind that happens after too little sleep and too much adrenaline. Baxter was nowhere in sight. That alone was enough to pull me out of bed. I found him in the kitchen, tucked behind the trash cans, eyes wide and unblinking. I knelt down, my fingers trembling as I reached toward him. He flinched but didn't growl. Instead, he shivered, a low, uneasy sound escaping his throat. "Hey, buddy," I whispered, voice rough. "It's okay. I'm here." He didn't move from his hiding spot until I pulled out the small vial of antifreeze from the cabinet and showed it to him. The bitter smell filled the air, sharp and chemical. I'd read somewhere that antifreeze poisoning was common in pets because of its sweet taste and accessibility. Could someone be using it here? I left the kitchen and went straight to my laptop. The neighborhood Facebook group had exploded overnight with posts about sick dogs and cats. Vets were overwhelmed. Some pets had died already. No one knew who was responsible, but the panic was palpable. Then I saw it, a comment buried under a dozen panicked replies. The name caught my eye: Marjorie Kane, the neighbor who'd been visiting Baxter daily, the one he'd started growling at. Someone had posted a link to an old news article dated back 10 years. It was about Marjorie's son, missing under mysterious circumstances. The details were vague, but the gist was clear: he disappeared without a trace, and the police never solved the case. I stared at the screen, the room suddenly feeling colder. Could Marjorie be connected to the poisonings? Or was this just a coincidence? I decided to find out. By mid-afternoon, I was standing on Marjorie's porch, heart hammering so loud I was sure she could hear it through the door. I knocked once. Twice. No answer. The screen door creaked open a crack, revealing a narrow slit of darkness inside. "Marjorie?" I called softly. No response. I glanced around the yard. It was overgrown, wildflowers choking the edges of the flower beds, weeds curling like fingers through the cracks in the sidewalk. The air smelled faintly of rot and damp earth, a sharp contrast to the clean, fresh scent of early spring outside the neighborhood. I stepped forward, shoes crunching on gravel. The door swung open suddenly, a gust of stale air and old wood washing over me. "Can I help you?" Marjorie's voice was softer than I expected, strained, almost brittle. I just wanted to check on you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "And about Baxter." Her eyes flickered toward the porch, then away. "Baxter's fine," she said quickly. "Don't worry about him." I hesitated. "He's been scared of you lately. Growling. Hiding. And I found this." I held up the photo from the message, watching her carefully. Her face didn't change. Not a flicker. Not a twitch. Then she said, "You don't understand what's happening here. None of you do." That sentence hung between us like a weight. I wanted to ask her what she meant, but the words caught in my throat. "Look," she continued, voice dropping to a whisper. "There are things in this neighborhood, things that shouldn't be dug up. If you keep poking around, you won't like what you find." The room suddenly felt smaller, the shadows longer. I could smell the faint mustiness of old paper and something else, something metallic. "Why are you poisoning the pets?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop them. She laughed then. Not a friendly laugh. It was cold, hollow, like the echo in a long-abandoned building. "I'm not," she said. "But someone else is. And they're desperate to keep the past buried." The air thickened, and I realized then that this wasn't just about poison animals or a missing boy. It was something deeper, something that had twisted the neighborhood into a place where fear lived in every cracked sidewalk and every whispered conversation. "We all protect our secrets," she said, stepping closer. "Some secrets don't stay hidden forever. But once you know, you can't unknow. You're part of it now." I swallowed hard. The weight of her words pressed down on me like the damp walls of a cellar. There was no walking away. No simple fix. The poison had spread through the pets, through the people, through the very ground beneath us. As I turned to leave, the door clicked shut behind me. The lock slid into place. Outside, the wind picked up again, carrying with it a faint scent of something burning. I looked back at the house, feeling the cold seep into my bones. I was trapped, caught between the truth I'd uncovered and the darkness waiting just beneath the surface. And I wasn't sure if I'd survive the digging. The phone buzzed in my pocket. Another message. This time, words, "Stop looking." Or else. Silence. Complete silence. Then, footsteps. Slow. Measured. Coming from behind. I froze. The footsteps stopped just behind me. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness in my throat. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the rough plaster of the wall beside me. The door was locked, no way out except the way I'd come in, and whoever was behind me had all the advantage. I fought the urge to spin around, to confront, to demand answers. Instead, I forced my breath to steady. Slow. Even. The footsteps shifted, moving nearer, but not closing the distance. The air was thick with tension, like the moment just before lightning splits the sky. Then, a voice. Quiet, but deliberate. "You shouldn't have come here." I didn't answer. I didn't move. Somehow, I knew arguing wouldn't help. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It belonged to someone I'd seen every day during my walks, someone I'd never thought twice about. The neighbor. The one whose visits had always been casual, polite. But now, his tone was different, cold, brittle, warning. "You think this is some kind of game," he said, pacing slowly behind me, "but it's not. It's survival." I swallowed again, the dry scrape in my mouth worse than before. "What survival? What are you talking about?" There was a pause. Then a soft laugh, almost a sigh. "The pets, the poison, it's not random. It's not just cruelty. It's control. You think this town is quiet because people are gentle? No. It's because they're scared." I wanted to argue, to say that fear shouldn't rule us, but the words caught in my throat. The dog's growls, the sudden disappearances, the hushed conversations, all pieces of a puzzle I was only now beginning to see. And the neighbor, he was part of it. Maybe all of it. Why? Why poison the pets? I finally managed, voice barely above a whisper. He stopped moving, the footsteps ceasing altogether. Because pets are more than animals here. They're the eyes and ears of the neighborhood. When they start dropping, people look. And when people look, they find things better left buried. I pressed myself tighter against the wall, heart rat-a-tatting like a frantic drum. "I don't want to be part of this," I said. I just wanted to stop. He stepped closer, so close I could smell the faint scent of aftershave mingled with smoke. "You're already part of it," he said flatly. "There's no turning back." The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. I thought about the dozens of poisoned animals, the little tabby cat Mrs. Jenkins found, the golden retriever I'd spotted limping days ago, the neighbor's parakeet that had suddenly gone silent. Someone had been methodical, careful. And now, the neighbor was admitting it, almost proud. I needed air. I needed to move. But the door was still locked. I glanced down the hallway, empty, dimly lit, shadows pooling in corners. The silence pressed in, punctuated only by the distant barking of a dog, a reminder of what was at stake. "Let me go," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "Not until you understand. This neighborhood isn't just a place. It's a system. And every system has its rules." I swallowed again, tasting bitterness. What rules? What system? He glanced around nervously, then lowered his voice. The kind that keeps people silent. That keeps them looking away. The kind that protects some at the expense of others. You taking up the poison, well, it's more than just toxins in the water. It's secrets. Dark ones. Suddenly, I realized a neighbor wasn't just a visitor. He was a keeper of those secrets. "My dog," I started, voice cracking. "She won't even look at you anymore. She's scared." His eyes flickered with something unreadable. "Good. That's how it should be." A cold shiver ran down my spine. He wasn't just protecting secrets, he was enforcing fear. The same fear that had gripped me since I'd noticed the changes in my dog, since I'd started asking questions no one wanted answered. I glanced at my phone again, the screen black now, silent. I'd lost contact with the outside world hours ago. No calls, no messages except threats. But what if this was bigger than just me? What if the whole neighborhood was wrapped up in this web, tangled so tight no one could get free? "Why me?" I whispered. The neighbor's face shadowed by the flickering light overhead. "Because you're the only one who didn't look away. Everyone else plays along, ignores the signs. You don't. And that makes you dangerous." I felt a surge of something I hadn't expected, defiance. Fear was a cage, but I wasn't ready to be locked inside. Not yet. "If I'm dangerous," I said, voice steadier, "then maybe it's time someone started breaking the rules." He smiled then, slow, tight, like a trap snapping shut. "Careful what you wish for." Suddenly, the door behind me creaked. My breath hitched. For a moment, I thought someone else might be coming. Then the lock slid back. The door swung open. A figure stepped inside. Familiar. Unexpected. "Did you really think you could do this alone?" the newcomer said, voice low, dripping with cold amusement. I blinked. The neighbor's expression changed, a flicker of something like fear, or was it calculation? The room seemed to shrink, shadows lengthening and twisting. The two exchanged a look that said more than words could. Alliances, betrayals, threats hanging in the air, cold and heavy with silence like a thick fog. I was caught in the middle, the weight of their gazes pinning me in place. The secret wasn't just about poison pets anymore. It was about power, control, and how far people would go to keep it hidden. The newcomer stepped closer, eyes locked on mine. "You've stirred a hornet's nest. Now, you have to deal with the swarm." The lights flickered, then went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Silence, thick and suffocating. I fumbled for my phone, the screen lighting my trembling hand. The message was new. "We warned you." The air grew colder. And in that blackness, I realized I wasn't just fighting for answers anymore. I was fighting for survival. The silence stretched long after the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows died. The sudden blackout swallowed every shape and sound, except the faint buzzing of a broken street lamp outside, flickering like a dying pulse through the curtained window. The air chilled sharply, the kind of cold that seeps beneath your skin, making your breath visible even indoors. My phone's weak glow was the only thing that kept the shadows at bay, the new message blinking like a sinister beacon in the dark. We warned you. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and dust settling thick at the back of my throat. My hands trembled, not from fear, exactly, but from the exhaustion of nights spent chasing ghosts that turned out to be all too real. The neighbor's words echoed in my mind, laced with that cold amusement, their meaning sinking like a stone in murky water. I had poked a sleeping bear, or worse, a hornet's nest, and now the swarm was coming for me. But I wasn't going to back down. Not now. The power returned with a reluctant buzz, lights sputtering to life like reluctant witnesses to what had just happened. The newcomer was gone. The neighbor sat in the same chair, but the smugness was gone too, replaced by a wary calculation that made my skin crawl. Our shared secret hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I didn't know if I could trust them, but there was no choice. The neighborhood's pets had been poisoned, yes, but why? What was the deeper secret so dangerous it had to be protected by cruelty and silence? I still didn't have all the answers, but I had a new understanding. This wasn't just a petty vendetta or a moment of madness. It was a carefully orchestrated cover-up, and I was the unwelcome witness. The next morning dawned gray and quiet. I woke with a dull ache behind my eyes, the memory of last night's shadows lingering like a film over everything. Outside, the neighborhood was eerily still. No barking dogs, no chirping birds. Just the low hum of distant traffic and the faint scent of damp earth after a night of rain. I dressed slowly, the rough texture of my shirt grounding me in the mundane as I prepared to face whatever came next. I decided to check on the pets. My dog, Max, was still hiding under the bed, eyes wide and untrusting whenever I came near. His usual wagging tail was a faint flicker at best. I knelt beside him, brushing his fur with careful fingers, feeling the tension in his muscles. He wasn't just scared, he was warning me. Neighbors' doors were mostly shut. A few faces peeked out cautiously, eyes darting like they were watching for something or someone. I stopped by Mrs. Holbrook's house. Her old terrier, Benny, had been one of the first to fall ill. She opened the door, her face drawn and tired, the lines around her eyes deeper than I'd ever noticed. "Have you heard anything?" I asked. She shook her head slowly. "Only whispers. The police say it's probably some stray chemicals or bad food. But I don't believe it. Too many of them, too fast." Her voice cracked, and I could see the worry pressing down on her like a weight. I wanted to say something comforting, but the words stuck in my throat. The afternoon slid by in a haze of uneasy conversations and half-truths. I met with the local vet, Dr. Pearson, who had been quietly treating the poisoned animals. She was guarded but gave me a glimpse of the bigger picture. "Whatever it is, it's deliberate," she said, lowering her voice as we sat in her cluttered office. "The symptoms don't match any known toxin common in this area. It's targeted, and someone's trying to keep it quiet." Her words felt like a punch to the gut. Someone was hiding something far uglier than I'd imagined. That evening, I sat alone on my porch, the cool air heavy with the scent of wet grass and distant chimney smoke. Max rested his head in my lap, still wary but clinging to the small thread of comfort I offered. The street lamp flickered again, a steady rhythm that somehow matched the uneasy beat in my chest. I thought about the neighbor's warning, about the message on my phone. I had crossed into a dangerous game, one where the rules were unclear and the stakes were terrifyingly real. But I also realized something else. I wasn't powerless. I had seen behind the curtain. I knew the truth, or at least enough to keep pushing. In the days that followed, the neighborhood slowly began to speak more openly. Some locked their doors tighter, while others started sharing stories of missing pets and strange visitors. The poisonings hadn't stopped entirely, but the community's silence was breaking. My confrontation had shaken something loose: fear, yes, but also a fragile thread of resistance. Max regained some of his old warmth, though he never fully trusted the neighbor again. Neither did I. I started leaving notes on doors, organizing small gatherings, talking quietly with people who'd once been strangers. It wasn't much, but it was something. The deeper secret remained buried, at least for now. I wasn't naive enough to think it was gone. There were always layers beneath layers, shadows beneath shadows. But I'd learned to live with that uncertainty, to carry the weight without letting it crush me. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch a flicker of movement outside, a silhouette slipping between houses, and a cold knot would tighten in my stomach. The poisonings, the threats, they hadn't vanished. They were echoes now, reminders that some darkness never fully leaves. But I had changed too. I was no longer the quiet observer, the bystander who looked away. I'd become part of the fight, part of a fragile hope that truth could outlast silence. That even in the darkest corners, light could find a way in. And maybe that was enough. Story 5, Mirrored Lives, the terrifying neighborly reflection. I never thought much about the people next door. I was out watering the geraniums on my porch when I saw them. A man and a woman, mid-30s, maybe early 40s, carrying boxes wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. The man had that nervous gait, like he was trying not to disturb the air itself, while the woman hummed softly, a tune I couldn't place but that stuck in my head all day. They didn't smile or wave, just nodded in my direction. I nodded back. Polite, simple. The house felt different now. Less deserted. The wind through the cracked shutters sounded less like a whisper and more like a cautious breath. I went inside, the wooden floor groaning under my sneakers, and tried to shake off the feeling that someone was watching. I knew that sounds ridiculous. Of course someone was watching. We lived side by side. The first odd thing happened the next morning. I was in the kitchen, sipping black coffee, staring at the calendar pinned above the sink. It was marked with my usual reminders: trash day, dentist appointment, my nephew's birthday. I muttered aloud, "Don't forget the dentist." The voice from next door answered back, almost instantly, "Don't forget the dentist." I froze so hard I thought I might shatter the mug in my hand. The blinds on their window twitched. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Maybe I'd imagined it. But then I heard it again, softer this time, as if testing me. Later, when I took the garbage out, I noticed the couple standing on their porch. The man was wearing the same faded blue jacket I had tossed into the back of my closet last winter. The woman was sipping a mug of coffee, just like I always did at 8 in the morning. I caught her eyes briefly, too calm, too steady. She said, "Nice day for coffee, isn't it?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. "Sure is." That was all. I tried to chalk it up to coincidence. Maybe they just liked the same things I did. Maybe they were just polite people. But then things started piling up. I have a habit of tapping my fingers on the windowsill when I'm thinking, a kind of rhythm that helps me sort through the day's clutter. One afternoon, I glanced out and saw the woman doing the same. The exact same pattern. I stopped, heart thumping like a drum in a quiet room. She caught my eye and smiled. Not a friendly smile, more like a confirmation. Like she was saying, "I see you." Then there was the phrase. I muttered to myself one evening, "I swear, this city's weather can't make up its mind." The next day, I heard it again through the thin wall separating us. I swear, this city's weather can't make up its mind. I checked the time. Too close to be a coincidence. I paced the living room, feeling the walls close in, the air thickening, as if the sound had been dragged through the cracks and pressed against my eardrums. I know how that sounds, like I'm losing it, like these are just the little things someone might notice when they're alone too much. But it wasn't just the words. It was the way they said them. The inflection, the little hesitation before the last word, exactly like mine. And then there was the cup. I have this chipped ceramic mug, blue with white speckles, that I always use for my morning tea. I set it on the porch railing one day while I pulled weeds in the garden. Later that afternoon, I saw it on their porch, sitting exactly where I had left it, but clean, shiny, as if it had been washed and polished. The strangest part? The cup had my lipstick stain on the rim. Except their cup was pristine. No smudge, no mark, nothing. I felt a cold wave run down my spine. Maybe I should have just ignored it. Pretended none of it mattered. But I couldn't. Every little habit of mine, the way I folded my laundry, the way I organized my books, the way I hummed when I was nervous, they mirrored it all. It wasn't just mimicry. It was like I was being erased, one small piece at a time. That evening, I went to the grocery store. I always take the same route, through the park, past the bakery with the crooked sign. I like to stop and smell the bread. That day, as I rounded the corner, I saw them again. They were walking side by side, matching my exact pace, matching my rhythm. The woman glanced at me and said, "You always take this route, don't you?" Her voice was softer than before, almost casual. I stopped dead. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound normal. "It's the quickest way." She smiled. "Same here." A dog barked somewhere behind me, sharp and sudden, breaking the tension like a dropped glass. I turned away, heart thudding, and walked faster. Back home, I locked the door but didn't feel any safer. The air inside felt thick, like it was holding its breath. I sat down, hands trembling just a little, and stared at the wall. The silence was so loud I could hear the faint hum of my refrigerator, the creak of the floorboards settling. I wondered if they were watching me now. Maybe they always had been. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. No handwriting, just printed letters, neat and precise. "You're not the only one who notices." I stared at it, the paper rough against my fingertips, a bitter taste rising at the back of my throat. I wanted to crumple the note, throw it away, pretend it was a prank. Instead, I folded it carefully and placed it on the kitchen table. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. And I wasn't sure if I was the original anymore. The note sat on the kitchen table like a landmine, its neat, impersonal letters mocking me. I didn't sleep well that night. The house was too quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes every small noise a shout. The hum of the fridge, the creak of the floor, even the distant rumble of a car passing by all felt amplified. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to see a shadow lingering just outside. The street lamp flickered intermittently, casting long, twitchy shadows across the walls. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders, but the chill wasn't from the cold. Morning came gray and hesitant, the kind of light that makes everything look washed out and uncertain. I brewed coffee, the bitter aroma grounding me just enough to stop spinning. I stared at the note again, trying to find something, anything, an author's telltale sign or a clue. Nothing. No fingerprints, no smudges, no scent. It was too clean, too deliberate. I decided I couldn't sit around waiting for them to make the next move. If these neighbors were copying me, watching me, then maybe I could turn the tables. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through the last few days' photos and videos. My neighbors, the couple who had moved in 2 doors down, were everywhere. At the mailbox when I was, jogging when I was, even stopping to bend down and tie their shoelaces just like I did. It was uncanny. I found a video I'd taken of myself watering my small, scraggly herb garden on the porch. The next day, they had the same plants, the same arrangement. Same pots, same placement. The phrase they'd started echoing, the odd little phrase I used when I was frustrated or amused, had popped up in their conversation near the trash bins. I caught it on a recording I hadn't meant to make, a habit of mine when I'm feeling paranoid. "Well, that's just peachy," I'd muttered while struggling to open a stubborn jar. The woman next door used the exact same phrase a few hours later, almost word for word, her tone mocking or maybe just rehearsed. I felt like a reflection trapped in a distorted mirror. I needed proof. Something I could show to someone. But who? The police? They'd think I was losing it. The landlord? Probably nothing. Social media? I wasn't ready for that kind of exposure. I started making notes in a small, battered notebook I kept tucked away in my bag. Times, dates, incidents, phrases, patterns. I was building a dossier. It wasn't just mimicry anymore. It was systematic, calculated. I tried to shake off the feeling that I was being erased, overwritten by a counterfeit version of myself. But the more I watched, the more I doubted. Was I the original? Or was I just another copy, someone else's idea of me? That afternoon, I found myself standing outside their house under the pretense of borrowing sugar or asking about a local cafe. I knocked. The door swung open immediately. "Hey," the man said, smiling too widely. We were just about to head out. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was wondering if you could help me with something." "Sure." They stepped aside, letting me in. The living room was a near replica of mine. Same furniture arrangement, same color scheme. Even the throw pillows on their couch matched mine exactly. I felt a cold spike of something, fear, anger, settle in my chest. "I noticed you've been in the neighborhood for a while now," I said, trying to keep the conversation casual. "How are you finding it?" "Great," the woman said, tilting her head. "Really great. We just love how familiar everything feels here." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I caught a flicker of something darker, something sharp. I excused myself shortly after, heart pounding as I closed the door behind me. Outside, the world seemed too still, like I was walking through a dream I couldn't wake from. That evening, I sat at my desk, rubbing my temples. My hands trembled slightly as I flipped through my notebook. Suddenly, I noticed something I hadn't before, a scribbled note, half erased, on one of the pages where I'd written down their habits. It wasn't in my handwriting. My breath caught. The paper felt rough beneath my fingers, cold despite the warmth of the room. I flipped the page over. More words, printed neatly, unmistakable. "We see you. We are you." The lights flickered. The air grew heavy, like the room itself was closing in. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide. Instead, I sat frozen, the creeping certainty that I was no longer alone in my own skin settling deep inside me. Outside, the dog barked again. Sharp. Insistent. Like a warning. I wasn't sure how much longer I could pretend this was just a strange coincidence. Something had shifted. The game had changed. And I was running out of time. Shadows stretched across the walls, twisting into shapes I couldn't name. The silence that followed felt worse, waiting, watching. The room felt smaller, like the walls themselves were pressing inward, suffocating. Outside, the dog barked again, sharp and urgent. I pressed my ear to the window, hoping to catch something, anything, but only silence followed, heavy and expectant. I didn't move for several minutes. The air was thick, almost metallic, and the faint hum of the refrigerator sounded louder than it should. My breath was shallow, uneven. I forced myself to stand, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. I needed to know more. I grabbed my jacket and slipped out the door, locking it behind me with a click that felt far too loud. The street was deserted, the night thick with fog rolling in from somewhere distant. I stared across at their house, the one directly opposite mine, the house that had become a mirror for my life. The porch light was off. No movement. Just the vague outline of the two figures I'd come to dread. Except now, it wasn't just mimicry. It was something else entirely. I walked slowly toward their driveway, the gravel crunching underfoot. I wanted to see if they were home, to confront them, to ask what this was, what game they were playing. But as I got closer, I caught a glimpse of the front window, and the sight made me stop dead. There, taped to the inside of the glass, was a photograph of me. Not a casual snapshot, but a candid, caught unaware, slouched on my couch, half-drunk, coffee in hand, my eyes distant. It was from last week, the day I'd forgotten to close my blinds. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry. Who had taken this? How long had it been there? A sudden rustle behind me made me spin around. Nothing. Just a stray cat disappearing into the shadows. I backed away, heart pounding. The thought struck me then, if they were watching me this closely, if they were copying me so thoroughly, could they have been inside my home? Had they planted that note in my notebook? The idea was insane, yet the evidence piled higher. I returned to my house, locking every door and window with trembling hands. The silence inside was different now, charged. I sat back down at the kitchen table and stared at the notebook. The handwriting, the neat printed words, didn't match anything I'd seen in the neighborhood. It wasn't childish, nor was it hurried. It was deliberate. We see you. We are you. The message felt less like a warning and more like a declaration. I was no longer just being copied. I was being claimed. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through recent calls and messages. Nothing unusual. No unknown numbers, no strange texts. But then I noticed a pattern I hadn't before. My neighbors' new habits had started to slip into conversations with others. Last night, on my walk, I'd overheard one of them say to a passerby, "You know how that sounds, but I swear, it's just a quirk." The phrase was exactly one I used regularly, especially when I wanted to deflect awkwardness. I never thought much of it until now. I felt cornered. The next morning arrived dull and gray, with rain tapping against the windows like a persistent reminder. I woke to a strange sensation, my phone buzzing incessantly. I grabbed it, heart leaping, but the screen showed only one notification, a new email from an address I didn't recognize. I hesitated before opening it. The message was brief. Why run? You belong here. We belong here. No signature. No sender name. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This was no longer about small habits or phrases. This was a takeover. I tried calling a friend, someone I trusted, to explain what was happening. But the moment I mentioned the note or the photo, my phone cut the call. Every time I tried again, it dropped. The signal was fine, but the connection failed. That's when I realized my isolation wasn't accidental. I stood by the window, watching their house across the street. The blinds were drawn now, but I knew they were watching. Waiting. I needed to get away. To escape this invisible cage. Yet every exit I considered felt blocked. The bus stop was farther than I remembered, and the last train left hours ago. My car was in the shop. Even the streets seemed quieter, emptier, as if the whole neighborhood had folded into itself. I felt trapped in a maze with no exit. That afternoon, I tried to leave on foot, but as I stepped outside, I noticed something I hadn't before, a small sticker, almost invisible, placed on my front door frame. It was a symbol, a simple geometric shape, but it felt like a mark. Like a claim. I reached up to peel it off, but my fingers froze. What if they knew? What if this was a trap? My phone buzzed again. Another message. Stop resisting. Become. The words echoed in my mind like a mantra I couldn't shake. I sank onto the porch steps, rain soaking through my jacket, the cold seeping into my bones. The dog barked again, closer this time. Not across the street, but somewhere right nearby. I wanted to scream. To run. To vanish. Instead, I sat still, realizing this was no longer a game. The mirroring, the mimicry, it was their way of erasing me, replacing me. And with every copied phrase, every repeated habit, I felt myself fading. I was running out of time. But worse than that, I was running out of self. The sun dipped behind the clouds, casting long shadows over the street. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement. A figure standing just beyond the tree line, watching. Their face was obscured, but the posture was familiar. They were waiting. Waiting for me to decide. And I didn't know if I was ready. Not yet. But soon. Because now, there was no turning back. The rain had slackened, but the night remained thick and suffocating. I wanted to stand, to move, but my legs felt like they'd turned to stone. The message from earlier buzzed again, the glow of my phone screen carving a sharp rectangle in the dark. Stop resisting. Become. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. And every time I read it, my resolve frayed a little more. I shoved the phone into my pocket and let my head fall back against the porch railing. The sky was a dull slate, low enough that I could almost believe it was pressing down on the street. The dog barked again, closer still, sharp and sudden. It wasn't a playful yip or a warning, it was a challenge, a signal, a reminder. Something was circling, waiting. I didn't want to be the one to break the silence, but the quiet was a trap. I heard footsteps then, slow and deliberate, coming up the path from the sidewalk. My breath hitched. The porch light flickered once, twice, casting the street in fits of shadow and weak yellow. "Hey," a voice said, low and calm, almost like a whisper, but tarrying through the damp air. "You okay?" I swallowed, heart banging against my ribs. That voice. The rhythm, the way the syllables fell, my voice. It was my words, my tone. It was me, but not me. I didn't answer. The figure stepped under the porch light. It was the neighbor. Not the one I'd seen earlier, but the other, the one who spoke like me, who laughed when I laughed, who carried my mannerisms almost too perfectly. His eyes glistened with an unsettling, quiet certainty, the kind that says you know something someone else doesn't. "Come on," he said. "Let's not make this harder than it has to be. You don't want to fight it." I clenched my fists on my knees. "What do you want from me?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You're tired. I can tell. We just want to help. You feel lost. Maybe you don't even remember who you are anymore." I shook my head. "You're wrong." "Am I?" His voice dropped, soft and coaxing. "I know you better than you know yourself. Your routines, your little quirks. You think you're in control, but you're not. Not anymore. The words hit me like cold rain. And in a way, he was right. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt truly in control. Every day felt like a small battle to hold onto myself, but the more I fought, the more they closed in. Why? I whispered. Why do you do this? He leaned closer, the porch light catching the sharp lines of his face. Because you can't be the only one. Because we need you to become us. The word hung there, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to laugh, to scream, to run. But my legs still refused to move. Behind him, the other neighbor appeared, stepping out from the shadows near the tree line. Together, they formed a quiet wall of imitation, of erased selves. I swallowed hard. I'm not one of you. Not yet, the first neighbor said, voice almost gentle. But you will be. I stood abruptly, the wood creaking beneath my weight. Cold rain still clung to the leaves in the street, but I felt something hotter building inside me. A flicker of defiance, or maybe desperation. You won't erase me, I said, voice sharper than I expected. You can't. He tilted his head, studying me like a puzzle missing a piece. We don't erase you. We replace you. And it's better that way. You'll see. I took a step back, then another, but the circle was closing. The street lamp buzzed overhead, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows wavering like a heartbeat. The dog barked again, urgent, close, almost frantic. Suddenly, I realized how quiet the street had become. No cars, no distant voices. Only the rain dripping from the gutters, the dogs barking, and the slow, deliberate footsteps of my neighbors closing in. I turned and ran. The wet pavement slicked beneath my shoes, the cold wind sliced through my jacket, biting at my cheeks. The neighborhood blurred past me, houses dark and silent, windows like empty eyes. But I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The message buzzed again in my pocket. I fumbled for my phone, hands trembling. Stop running. Become. I swallowed hard, the words tasting bitter and metallic on my tongue. I wasn't sure if I was running from them or running from myself. Maybe it was the same thing. Ahead, the street curved, leading to the park. I remembered the bench where I used to sit, the one with the cracked wood and the cold metal arms. I sprinted toward it, lungs burning. I collapsed onto the bench, rain soaking through my clothes, my chest heaving. The night smelled of wet earth and something else, something rotten, hidden beneath the surface. The dog barked once more, closer than ever, but I couldn't see it. My phone buzzed again. I stared at the screen, the little glowing rectangle in the dark. Why fight? You're already lost. I dropped the phone onto the bench beside me. My fingers twitched, but I didn't pick it up again. The wind whispered through the trees. Somewhere, the dog barked again. And behind me, I felt eyes watching. Waiting. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, drenched and shivering. Time slipped away, and the cold didn't bother me anymore. What did was the growing certainty that this wasn't just about mimicry or copying habits. It was about replacing me, erasing the lines that made me me. But if that was true, if I was becoming less and less real, then what was left to fight for? I stood up, shoulders stiff and aching. The rain had stopped completely, leaving the night strangely still, too quiet. I needed answers. I needed to know what they wanted, why they did this, and most of all, how to stop them before there was nothing left of me at all. But as I turned to leave, the bench creaked beneath me, not with my weight, but with something else. A whisper. Soft, deliberate. Become. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. The sun had barely begun to dip behind the rooftops when I heard the door creak open, that familiar scrape against the old wood frame. I didn't need to turn to know it was them, the neighbors. The Thompsons. Or whatever they called themselves. For a long time, they've been nothing but shadows echoing my life, reflections wearing their own skin. But tonight, something felt different. Heavy. Like the air was thick with waiting. I sat on my porch steps, the rough grain of the wood pressing against my palms, trying to steady my breathing. The evening breeze carried the faint scent of rain, a dry earth smell mixed with something metallic, almost like rust, though I knew there was no iron nearby. My throat tightened, and I swallowed hard. They came out of their house, slow, deliberate. Not mimicking this time. Not copying. They moved with purpose, but I couldn't quite place what it was. "Hey," I said, voice cracking more than I wanted. "Everything okay?" The woman, Marla, I think, smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "We've been thinking," she said, stepping closer, "about all this. About us. About you." I shifted, the old wood creaking beneath me. "About me?" "Yes," she said, voice soft, but firm. "It's not just mimicry anymore, is it? It's something else." I nodded, the words tangling in my mouth. I wanted to ask what she meant, but the lump in my throat stopped me. It had been months of this dance, the copying of my morning routine, the phrases I used, the way I hung my jackets over the chair or brewed coffee just so. It felt like peeling away layers of myself, strip by strip. "Look," I started, voice low, "I don't know what you want from me. Or why you're doing this." Marla's smile faded, replaced by something colder, more measured. "It's not about wanting. It's about needing. We want to exist. Like you do." Her words sank deeper than I expected. Exist. That simple word, so ordinary, suddenly heavy. Did I even exist the way I thought I did? Or was I just another copy in a chain I hadn't noticed? I ran a hand through my hair, the strands prickly against my palm. "This is madness," I muttered, more to myself than her. "You can't erase who I am by being me." "We're not erasing you," Marla said quietly. "We're becoming you. Because you're real. And we're not." The confession hit me like a splash of cold water. I'd never thought of them as anything but parasites, shadows lingering too close. But now, hearing the raw edge of their desperation, I felt something else, a flicker of pity. Or maybe fear. Maybe both. I stood up, knees stiff, and looked out past their house, into the darkening street. The sky was bruised purple, the first stars shyly blinking open. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and distant, breaking the silence. "Why me?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Marla looked down at her hands, fingers tapping lightly on her thigh. "Because you're the only original left. The only one who hasn't lost themselves completely to the noise, the copying, the sameness." I felt my chest tighten. "And if I leave? Go somewhere else?" She shook her head slowly. "They'll follow. They always do. We always follow the original." I swallowed. The thought was suffocating. There was nowhere to run. No fresh start. Just this endless echo chamber. Then the man appeared beside her. "Paul," I gasped. He reached out, brushing his stray hair from my face. His touch was gentle, but it sent a shiver down my spine. "You don't have to be afraid anymore," he said. "We can share this. We can be the same, together." I stepped back, heart pounding, the rough bark of the porch rail biting into my palm. "No," I said firmly. I'm not part of this. I'm not a pattern to copy or a mask to wear. Marla's eyes narrowed, but then she sighed, a long breath escaping her. Then what do you want? I want to be me, I said. All of me. Not just the parts you like or can replicate. They looked at each other, and for a moment, something unspoken passed between them. Maybe that's the hardest thing, Paul said softly. To be yourself in a world that wants you to be like everyone else. I nodded, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Yeah, it is. We stood in silence as the night settled fully. The streetlights flickered on, casting long, uneven shadows. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint smell of damp leaves and distant smoke. Somewhere behind us, a clock chimed, steady and cold. Finally, Marla spoke. We'll stop copying you. We'll find our own way. I wanted to believe her. Part of me did. The other part, scarred and wary, held back, waiting. Good, I said, voice steady. Because I'm done disappearing. They nodded, and without another word, walked back toward their house. The door shut softly behind them. I stayed on the porch a while longer, fingers tracing the chipped paint on the railing. The night was quiet, but my mind was loud, filled with questions and a strange, cautious hope. Maybe they weren't just shadows after all. Maybe, in their own broken way, they were trying to find themselves too. As I finally turned inside, the house felt different, not just a place to hide, but a space to reclaim. I lit a candle, its warm glow flickering against the walls, and for the first time in months, I allowed myself a small, shaky smile. I was still here. Still me. And that was enough. Story 6, Distorted Reality, Medication's Deadly Illusion. The first day I took the new medication, I thought maybe it was just the usual side effects, drowsiness, a little fogginess. I remember waking up later than usual, around 9, because my alarm didn't go off. The sun was already high, pouring through the blinds and casting lazy stripes across the floor. The air smelled faintly of last night's rain, a damp, earthy scent that always made the apartment feel quieter, like the world had been rinsed clean. I sat on the edge of the bed, my feet touching the cold wooden floor, and tried to shake off the slow, sticky feeling in my head. Breakfast was the same as always. Black coffee, bitter and sharp, and a slice of toast with jam, the kind that sticks a little when you bite into it. I stared out the window, watching people shuffle past, faces half hidden by umbrellas or hats, and I thought about how strange it was that I never really noticed the way people's faces changed in the light. Or maybe I had, but it didn't matter. Not until now. I left the apartment around 10, the sky a dull gray, the kind that makes everything look a little washed out. The hallway smelled like wet paint, a fresh coat someone had applied the day before. I paused to run my fingers along the rough plaster wall, the texture uneven, gritty. It grounded me. Outside, the city moved with its usual low hum, distant car engines, a dog barking somewhere behind a fence, the clatter of heels on pavement. The smell of wet asphalt mixed with the faint tang of exhaust. I walked to the bus stop, the strap of my bag digging into my shoulder. My steps felt heavier than usual, like someone had tied weights around my ankles. That's when I noticed it, the first flicker of something wrong. A woman standing near the crosswalk, waiting for the light. Her face didn't look quite right. It was subtle, but the edges of her mouth seemed off, like a small smudge on a photograph. Or maybe the light was just too harsh. I blinked and looked again. The line of her jaw wavered, as if the skin beneath was shifting slightly. I shook my head. Probably just tired. The bus came, its brakes squealing softly, and I climbed aboard, choosing a seat near the window. The smell inside was a mix of wet coats, old fabric, and something faintly metallic, maybe the bus's brakes again. I tried to focus on the city moving past, but the faces outside started to blur, then sharpen, then blur again. At my stop, a man was waiting on the corner, his posture rigid, hands shoved deep into his pockets. He wore a dark jacket, collar turned up against the chill. His eyes caught mine for a moment, a quick, flashlight connection, but then something changed. His smile, just a twitch at first, stretched wider than seemed natural, too wide. It wasn't a friendly smile. Not exactly a smile at all. My hands clenched. The strap of my bag felt suddenly heavier. I stepped off the bus quickly and turned down the street, head low, trying to shake the unease. But the feeling stuck. Like a stone in my shoe that I couldn't quite remove. At the coffee shop, I ordered the usual, a black coffee, no sugar, and waited at the counter. The barista, a young guy with a messy mop of hair, handed me the cup with a nod. His eyes were too bright, too sharp, almost like he was watching something I couldn't see. I smiled, but it felt forced. Outside again, the air tasted colder now, sharper. I took a sip and nearly choked. There was a bitter aftertaste I hadn't noticed before, something acrid beneath the usual roast. I glanced around. The street looked the same, familiar storefronts, the same cracked sidewalk tiles I'd stepped on 100 times. Yet, something was different. The edges of the buildings seemed to twitch, like the world was breathing just beneath the surface. I tried to tell myself it was the medication, that my brain was adjusting, spinning little tricks. But the doubt had already settled in, curling around my ribs like a slow ache. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the thought of explaining this to a friend felt absurd. Who would believe that people's faces changed in impossible ways? That the world wobbled just out of focus? The evening came quickly. The apartment felt colder than usual, even with the heater on. I sat by the window, fingers wrapped around the mug, watching the streetlights flicker on. A cat padded across the sidewalk, its shadow stretching long behind it. The faint sound of a siren rose and fell in the distance, a melancholy song that made the quiet feel heavier. I tried to read, but the words danced on the page, refusing to settle. My eyes darted to the clock. The numbers seemed to pulse, like they were alive. I blinked hard and closed the book. That's when I noticed the reflection, something in the glass of the window behind me. A face, not my own, pressed close, eyes wide. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty room, the soft hum of the heater, the faint smell of rain lingering in the air. I couldn't tell if I was breathing too fast or if my heart was trying to slow itself down. My hands trembled as I reached for the medication bottle on the table, the label blurred. I knew I should call the doctor, say something. But what could I say? That the world was folding in on itself? That people's faces weren't quite right? I set the bottle down. The room seemed to tilt, just slightly. Maybe it was the medicine. Maybe I was losing my mind. Or maybe something else was wrong, something I wasn't ready to understand. Outside, the street lamp flickered again. Silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper of wind, carrying the faintest hint of something waiting. The next morning arrived with a dull light that filtered weakly through the thin curtains, casting a pale glow over the cluttered room. I forced myself up, the floor cold under my bare feet, and shuffled to the kitchen. The faint smell of rain lingered outside, mixing with the stale odors of old coffee and something burnt, probably the toaster, left on too long yesterday. I poured a cup, the bitter warmth grounding me, at least for a moment. I sipped slowly, eyes flicking to the window. The street lamp outside was dull now, no flicker, no whisper of wind. Just the quiet, endless gray of early morning. But the image from last night kept replaying, eyes pressed to glass, a face not mine. I rubbed my temples, trying to shove the memory away. It felt like a trick, a shadow cast by too many sleepless hours and an unfamiliar drug coursing through my veins. Still, the unease clung to me like a second skin. I needed to know what was happening. If the medication was warping my perception, maybe that explained the subtle shifts in people's faces, the impossible changes that no one else seemed to notice. But if it wasn't the medicine, well, then what? I pulled my jacket on and headed out, determined to find something concrete. Something I could hold on to. The street was slick with rain, the asphalt gleaming under the weak morning light. A dog barked distantly. I inhaled deeply. Cold air, wet pavement, the faint scent of exhaust fumes and damp leaves. Familiar details I could trust. My first stop was the coffee shop down the block. It was early, the place nearly empty except for a barista wiping down counters and a man hunched over his laptop near the window. I noticed the barista's face first. Something was off. Just a fraction. The curve of her jaw shifted slightly as she smiled at me, but her eyes seemed wrong. Too wide, too still. Like a photograph stretched just beyond its limits. I blinked hard and looked away. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. "Morning," she said, voice soft, almost too even. "Morning," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Do you have those almond croissants today?" She nodded, hands moving with a smooth, rehearsed motion. "Fresh out of the oven." I ordered, paid, and sat down by the window, watching the man with the laptop. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the keyboard, but his face, his features, seemed to shift ever so slightly when I glanced back. The corners of his mouth twitched like they were rehearsed, not spontaneous. I tried to catch the exact moment of change, but it slipped away every time. Was I imagining it? Maybe. But the medication made my mind feel like a cracked mirror, fractured reflections and refracted truths. I needed proof. Something undeniable. Pulling out my phone, I snapped a quick photo of the man. The camera shutter sounded too loud in the quiet shop. He glanced up, eyes sharp and direct. For a second, I caught a flicker of irritation, or was it recognition? The kind of look someone gives when they know you're watching them, studying them too closely. I put the phone away, heart picking up pace. I felt exposed, like I'd stumbled into a private moment. I wanted to leave, but I had to try something else. I stepped outside, rain now just a memory on the pavement. The neighborhood was waking slowly, mail carriers, joggers, a woman walking two small dogs. I studied each face, looking for the slightest abnormality, a blink that didn't quite register, a smile that didn't reach the eyes, a shadow that shouldn't be there. But the more I looked, the less certain I became. Later, I found myself at the library. The musty smell of old paper and polished wood was oddly comforting. I pulled out my notebook, the one I hadn't touched in weeks, and began jotting down observations, trying to map the changes, the times they happened, the people involved. It felt like trying to pin down smoke. I noticed the librarian, Mrs. Grayson, shelving books with deliberate care. I'd seen her yesterday at the coffee shop too, her face a little too symmetrical, her smile too practiced. I watched her hands, the slight tremor when she reached for a book, and then her eyes, which darted away quickly when she caught me looking. "Can I help you find something?" she asked, voice soft but with an edge I hadn't noticed before. "No, thanks," I said, closing my notebook. "Just passing time." Her gaze lingered longer than necessary, and I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. Something about her made the room feel colder, like the temperature dropped just a degree or two. I left the library, fingers cold, breath shallow. Across the street, a group of teenagers laughed loudly, their faces animated and real. Or so it seemed. But when I looked again, one of them, tall, with a scar on his cheek, paused mid-laugh, eyes locking with mine. There was a flicker of something unreadable there, a silent warning or maybe a question. I hurried away, the street noises growing distant. My head throbbed, the medicine buzzing at the edges of my mind like an electric hum. I wasn't sure if it was helping or hurting. Back in my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. The walls seemed to pulse, the shadows shifting just out of focus. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? That people's faces were changing, that I saw things that didn't exist. My phone buzzed on the table. A text from my friend, Sam. "Hey, you okay? Haven't heard from you." I stared at it, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Could I tell him? Should I? Or would I just end up sounding like I'd lost it? I typed back slowly, not sure. Something weird's going on. I'll explain later. The reply came almost instantly. All right. Just don't do anything crazy. I laughed bitterly. Crazy was exactly the problem. Then the power flickered, the room dimming for a heartbeat. But beneath it, in the reflection of the glass, a face pressed close once more. Not mine. Eyes wide and watching. I spun around, breath caught in my throat. The room was empty. But this time, I was sure it wasn't just my mind playing tricks. Something was here, just out of reach. Something that wanted me to see. Something I couldn't hide from anymore. The power flickered again, this time longer. The dim light from the ceiling bulb sputtered like it was gasping for air, shadows crowding the corners of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood of the locked door, breathing ragged and shallow. The hum in my head was louder now, buzzing, pinpricks of static behind my eyes. I wanted to shut it off. To stop thinking, stop seeing. But the images wouldn't quit. The phone buzzed once more, a sharp vibration slicing through the haze. Sam. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the green icon. I didn't want to sound insane, but I needed someone who wasn't this, whatever this was. I tapped the call button, holding the phone to my ear, hoping his voice would anchor me. "Hey," Sam answered after a couple of rings, his voice low but steady. "Sam." "I don't know what's happening," I said, swallowing hard. People's faces, they change. Like shifting, but not like a trick of the light. I swear, I saw Mark's eyes move across his face, like they slid over. And at the cafe, the barista's mouth didn't match her words. It was off. I'm not making this up. There was a pause on the other end. "You're on that new prescription, right? Maybe it's side effects. You should call your doctor." "I thought so too," I said. "But it's more than that. It's like the world isn't stable. And the people, they don't look like themselves. Or maybe they do, but I'm seeing something underneath. A mask. I don't know." Sam exhaled, long and slow. "Okay. Listen. Try to get some sleep. If it keeps up, maybe go back to the clinic. You're not alone in this." I wanted to believe him. Really, I did. But the buzzing in my temples made my hands tremble. The apartment felt colder, the plaster walls rough beneath my fingers when I pressed my palm against them. I craved something solid, something real. But the shadows kept shifting, as if the walls themselves breathed. I hung up and paced, the wooden floor cool under my bare feet. The ceiling light flickered again. I caught my reflection in the window, eyes rimmed red, skin pale, and blinked. When I looked back, the reflection's mouth curved into a slow, mocking smile. I jerked away, pressing my back to the far wall, heart hammering. I told myself it was the medication playing tricks. That I was tired. That it would pass. But then the knocking began. Soft at first, just a few taps against the door, hesitant, like someone unsure if they should be there. I froze. No one knew I was home. No one should be knocking at this hour. Hello? I called, voice cracking. Who's there? The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I waited, listening. The city outside was a dull roar, distant car horns, a dog barking somewhere down the block, the faint hiss of tires on wet asphalt. But nothing at the door. I edged over, peering through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No footsteps, no shadow. Just the dim light from the flickering bulb overhead, casting long, wavering shapes against the cracked plaster. I exhaled, a shaky breath. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the knocks were in my head. Then the phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. You can't run. I dropped the phone, the screen illuminating the floor in a cold blue light. My hands trembled harder. The buzzing in my head surged, like a swarm of bees trapped behind my skull. I grabbed the phone, fingers fumbling as I tried to reply. But my thumb hovered uselessly. Who was this? How did they know? And why did it feel like the walls were closing in? I forced myself to sit, leaning back against the door, the grain rough against my skin. I needed to think. To figure this out. The next morning came too fast, the light through the blinds harsh and unforgiving. I woke stiff, eyes gritty, the taste of metal sour in my mouth. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and yesterday's rain. I didn't want to move, but I knew I had to. I decided to visit the clinic again, to see the doctor who'd prescribed the medication. Maybe there was an explanation waiting in clean white offices and medical charts. Outside, the city was waking up, but something felt different. The faces in the morning crowd were sharper, edges too well defined, smiles too wide or too empty. I caught a man's eyes in the subway mirror. They weren't his eyes. They were colder, calculating, almost hungry. A woman brushed past me, and her face flickered like a glitch in a video game, then snapped back. My stomach twisted. At the clinic, I waited in the sterile lobby. The smell of antiseptic burned my nostrils. The receptionist's smile was too perfect, her eyes flickering in a way that made me blink twice. Mr. Davis, the nurse called. I stood, heart thudding. The doctor was there, too, Dr. Hayes. He looked the same as always, but when he spoke, his voice had an odd rhythm, like he was reciting from memory, not really listening. Tell me about these side effects, he said, folding his hands. I told him everything, the shifting faces, the strange knocks, the texts. His expression didn't change. Sounds like your brain is reacting to the medication in unexpected ways, he said finally. But hallucinations like that, very rare. But what if it's not just the medication? I asked. What if something else is going on? He shook his head. You're under stress. It can amplify symptoms. You need to stay on the regimen. It's important. I wanted to argue, to scream that I wasn't imagining things, but something in his eyes stopped me. A strange quiet settled over the world the moment I swallowed the pill, as if the air itself had thickened around me. There was a flicker, a hesitation, like a hidden message behind the calm facade. I leaned in, lowering my voice. Is there anyone else? Anyone you know that's seeing this? Experiencing it? Dr. Hayes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. No one you need to worry about. Just focus on your recovery. I left the clinic with a sense of suffocation tightening around my chest. The world outside felt heavier, as if the air itself pressed down on me. I realized I wasn't just trapped in my apartment. I was trapped in my mind, or maybe, worse, trapped in a reality that was unraveling, and I was the only one left watching. Back home, the knock came again. Louder this time. More insistent. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I opened the door. No one was there. Just a folded note on the floor. I picked it up, hands trembling. It read, "You're past the point of no return." The buzzing in my head exploded into a roar. The walls pulsed. The faces in the street outside blurred and sharpened in impossible rhythms. I still can't explain it. I was caught. No escape. And the unsettling truth settled deep inside me. This wasn't just a medication. It was something, or someone, watching. Waiting. I could feel it. See it. And now, I was part of it. The sterile lobby felt colder than before, or maybe I just noticed it more clearly now. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one flickering erratically like it couldn't decide whether to stay on. That persistent hum was a reminder that something was wrong, far wrong, but the nurse's smile didn't waver. It stayed fixed, too wide, teeth glinting in an unnatural gleam. I blinked and shifted my weight, pretending I hadn't just caught her eyes sliding sideways, as if scanning for something behind me. "Dr." Hayes folded his hands again, the rhythm of his voice still off, like a badly recorded loop. "You need to stay on the regimen. It's important." Those words hung in the air, sharp and brittle, like a fragile promise cracking with each breath. His eyes, though, were what unsettled me most, empty but watchful, not quite there. I wanted to argue. I wanted to shake him, to make him see what I was seeing and feeling. But the words tangled in my throat, caught somewhere between disbelief and desperation. Instead, I nodded, the lie slipping out smooth. "Okay. I'll keep taking it." Outside, the world seemed quieter. The street was nearly empty, except for a few distant figures moving like ghosts, their faces shifting just at the edge of my vision. I stepped out, the crisp air prickling my skin, and the faint scent of rain drenched the pavement. The city had a different pulse now, slower, more deliberate, as if it was holding its breath. I walked without direction, the weight of the day pressing down. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Another text. I pulled it out, fingers trembling. The message was blank. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. A mistake? A glitch? Or something else? My thumb hovered, then swiped. Nothing. I put the phone away, heart thudding unevenly. The street lamps flickered, casting long shadows that stretched and retracted like living things. I turned a corner, and there she was. Mara. Her face was the same, or almost. But the eyes, those deep green eyes, had a strange stillness, like they'd been drained of life. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I stopped dead. "You look," I started, searching for words that wouldn't sound crazy. She tilted her head slightly, the movement too precise, too rehearsed. "Better," she said softly. "You should too. The doctor knows what's best." Her voice was calm, too calm, like a recorded message on loop. I took a step back. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She shrugged, but the gesture was oddly mechanical. "To check on you. To make sure you're okay." I wanted to reach out, to touch her hand, to confirm she was real. But the thought made my skin crawl. Something was wrong, something I couldn't name. The edges of the world felt sharp, as if reality itself was fraying. Then she blinked, and for a split second, her face warped, stretched like a bad mirror reflection. I gasped, stepping back faster. She frowned, confusion flickering across her features. "I'm fine," she said, voice a little too quick. I didn't believe her. The street around us began to blur, colors bleeding into one another like wet paint. The sounds, the distant siren, the rustle of leaves grew distorted, pitched too high, then too low. My stomach knotted. "Hey," Mara said, reaching out. "You need help." Her hand was cold when it touched mine, colder than ice. A shiver ran up my arm. I yanked it away, stumbling backward. The world spun, and I gripped a nearby lamppost to steady myself. "Stop," I whispered, half to her, half to myself. "Stop. Please." She stepped closer, but the moment her face came into focus again, it wasn't Mara anymore. It was the receptionist from the clinic. The same two-eyed smile, the flicker in her eyes. My breath caught. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice cracking. The figure of Mara, or not, tilted her head, expression innocent. "Doing what?" I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. "Making me see things. Changing who you are." She or they smiled wider. "You're tired. You're confused. The medication is working." I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The street around me shifted again, the pavement rippling like water. The lights flickered out, plunging us into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. Then a voice, low and close, whispered in my ear. "Why fight it, Mr. Davis? We're all just reflections." I spun around, heart hammering, but no one was there. Only the empty street, shadows stretching and pulling like fingers. I ran. I woke to the dull ache of a headache pressing behind my eyes and the cold, stale smell of my apartment. The ceiling above was cracked in a way I didn't remember, like the plaster had shifted overnight, a hairline fracture creeping from the corner nearest the window. My hands trembled as I reached for the pill bottle on the bedside table. Empty. I knew I hadn't finished them all, but the bottle was bone dry. The faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs was the only other sound. Silence. Complete silence. I sat up, the sheets tangling around my legs, and stared at the ceiling crack. It seemed wider now. Was it breathing? No, I was imagining things again. The new medication was messing with my brain, I told myself. I rubbed the back of my neck and swung my feet onto the floor. My apartment felt colder than usual, the early morning light too gray and thin to warm anything. I needed answers. The hall mirror caught my reflection, a face I recognized but didn't quite trust. The eyes looked tired, but there was something else, something wrong. A subtle shift in the corners of my mouth, like a faint twitch that wasn't mine. I blinked hard, leaned in closer. No, it wasn't me. It was the medication. Or maybe it was me. I stepped back, fingers brushing against the cool glass. I decided to walk, hoping the motion would clear my head. The streets outside were still damp from last night's rain, the air heavy with the scent of wet asphalt and exhaust fumes. I passed Mrs. Harper's house, and her garden, usually a riot of colors, looked muted like the petals had been drained of life but not yet wilted. She was on her porch, knitting. But when I looked at her face, the lines around her eyes seemed to ripple as though her skin was too loose, stretched over a frame that wasn't quite right. I shook my head, forcing myself to focus on the rough texture of the sidewalk beneath my feet, the distant bark of a dog, the faint murmur of the city waking up. I told myself to stop looking so hard, to breathe. But the more I looked, the more the world seemed to shift. At the corner cafe, I stopped for a coffee, hoping the warmth and routine would steady me. Inside, the barista smiled too wide, her teeth oddly sharp. The usual clatter of cups and the hiss of the espresso machine felt amplified, echoing in my ears. I took a sip of the black coffee, bitter and grounding, but as I turned to leave, the man at the counter caught my eye. He was a stranger, but somehow familiar. His face didn't settle, the features rearranged subtly when I looked away and back again, like a puzzle that refused to lock into place. I blinked, heart tightening. The medication was warping everything, or maybe I was losing my mind. I chose to believe the former. Back on the street, I pulled my jacket tighter against the chill. I walked faster, the city now feeling too crowded, too loud, too unreal. The faces around me flickered like bad television signals. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. I needed help. Real help. That afternoon, I called Dr. Levin's office. His voice on the phone was calm, professional, but when I explained the symptoms, the subtle distortions, the creeping doubt, he hesitated. He suggested stopping the medication immediately and coming in for a consultation the next day. I hung up and sat on the edge of my bed, the weight of uncertainty pressing down. The world felt like a slowly sinking ship, and I was tangled in the ropes, unable to climb free. I stared out the window at the fading light, the street lamp flickering on and off, casting long shadows that looked like fingers scraping at the glass. Night came with a silence that felt too loud. I lay awake, listening to the steady drip of the faucet in the bathroom, the faint rustle of the curtains in the breeze. My reflection appeared in the dark window, only it wasn't quite right. The eyes were darker, deeper. The mouth curved in a smile I didn't recognize. Morning was a relief I didn't expect. I made it to the clinic, the sterile smell of antiseptic and paper masks oddly comforting. Dr. Levin greeted me with a concerned smile, his eyes steady. We really talked for the first time since this nightmare began. He adjusted my prescription, offered support, and, for the first time, I felt like I wasn't completely alone. Leaving the clinic, the world looked sharper, more solid. The faces of strangers on the street held steady, their expressions natural and kind. Mrs. Harper waved from her porch, and this time her smile was warm, genuine. The crack in my ceiling was still there, but it didn't seem to breathe anymore. I didn't know if the medication had caused the distortions or if my mind had simply cracked under pressure, but I knew this. I had to trust myself again. To hold on, even when everything wanted to slip away. Back in my apartment, I sat down at the kitchen table, the worn wood rough beneath my palms. I opened the window to the spring air, fresh and untainted by fear. The city carried on, indifferent but alive, the distant honk of a taxi, the murmur of voices, the rustle of leaves. I was still here. Still me. And for now, that was enough.